Okay, so Grunt has just marched Miles off to prison. Um, the door slams. Miles says, "See everyone. See you soon, everyone." Yep, see you soon, everyone. And poof, door slam. The lights fade up. When the screen comes back up, we see Penny. Um, I will be excited and read Hill. We see Penny standing outside of Kite's house, looking at it as there's sort of a gentle breeze. There is silence and wind. I don't know. Some of this I'm like reading as like, oh, I'm gonna add this so it's clearer to the audience, and then I realized I wrote in the descriptions afterwards. Yeah, dude, excited. Hype streams are best streams. Hype, hype, hype. So as Penny's standing outside the house, my lady, this is Eli for those who have forgotten. My lady, I'm quite certain that the nobility would grant you another home if you. No, no, I should. There is no need for an explanation. I'm aware of your thoughts, after all. Rest. You have certainly earned it. Another moment. The screen fades slowly. We hear a door open. Welcome home, Master Knifewit. As the screen fades up, we see Kite's house. Interior, a mess. Leftovers from food, books and papers, bags, clothes, all strewed everywhere. Gods, what happened here? Believe it or not, my lady, this was once normal. Master Kite never did care much for keeping a clean household. Until his retirement, you see. He had never intended to stay, so what did he care if it was untidy? I had no idea. By the time I moved in here, it was neat as a pin. I guess retirement really changed the guy. It was not retirement that pushed him to organization, my lady. It was you. So, when I left, I suppose he did let the old place go again. Penny, ... If you would like, I can attempt to arrange some of this clutter in into a more sightly fashion. And making edits as we go. While I lack appendages, my hilt is harmless, and I can be rather thrifty given the necessity. That's all right, Eli. Let's both get some rest. As you commanded, my lady. The screen fades again. There's intense music and the sound of a storm. We see flashes of adventure as like stuff like we saw in the opening sequence. Various places and things, all these like ruined villages and like prisons and like kind of just like skeletons hanging from places. This big like rotting library, deep pool of water. It's kind of like steam bubbling off the top. There's all this different stuff. And then cut to Penelope waking bolt upright in a cold sweat. My lady, are you all right? Yeah, just some pretty intense dreams. I've got one hell of a headache. Ah, yes, myself as well. You don't have a head, Eliezer? No, but I have had this discussion with Master Kite in the past. Every time we came back from an adventure, he would get a headache and I would feel, well, there may not be a proper word for it. I believe what we finally settled on was woozy. I didn't realize you could feel any sort of sensation like that. Nor did I. But I did give Master Kite quite the fearful thoughts. That's weird. I'm just gonna highlight this because it needs to change, but I don't know what to change it to. Quite fearful thoughts. When he thought my magic was fading, but I always kicked back in the end. After the second time, we simply accepted it as a difference in climate. The outside world is heavy with dark magic and rancid air, and the sanctuary of Merryroot is protected from all that. The change seems to be quite staggering, even for a magical dagger such as myself. Weird. You should rest. There's no rush to get back to business, my lady. No, I want to talk with everyone. I've been gone for so long, and then to come back and find Kite, I should find out what I've missed. I'm sure lots of people have questions for me, too. Very well, my lady. At your leisure, then. Shuffling, we hear the door open. When the screen returns, we see a flashback to when Penny first went outside the door and had Eliezer to her neck, and we hear Kite say, dead. Flashes back to the present. It's the same image, but not grayscale, and we just see Penny standing there, kind of looking sad. Eli says, my lady, are you? Screen fades. We hear Penny fully vomiting on the ground. My lady! Screen fades up to find Penny on her hands and knees. I'm fine, Eli. It all hit me. With a headache and... Gods. My lady, are you certain you should be up and about at this time? If there are, we've not met them. There are guards. Again, I mentioned the guards here are just like, we never get to see them. They're always like in silhouette in the background. But otherwise, we have not seen anyone in Merryroot now. The implication is that every named character is all there is. Um, yeah, hey, it's what it is. You watch in your own time. I appreciate just having people hanging around. Are you sure you should be up and about at this time? Yeah, I'm better now. I'm fine. Let's clean this place up. As you wish, my lady. The screen blacks out. We hear sweeping, shuffling of things, opening and closing of drawers, and when the screen fades back in, the house is as it was in the beginning of the game, though, of course, without Kite. So fun fact, as I was writing this, and I'm like, I want to do the flashback when the knife is at her neck, I didn't realize that I wrote Kite's first line in the game to be the word dead. So then when it flashes back to that, it broke my heart a little bit, and I hope it has that effect on at least some of my viewers as well. There we go. Fine work, my lady. Stomach grumbling sounds. Aha! It seems your body is in need of sustenance. Yeah, I don't think I've eaten since yesterday morning. I'm quite certain Kite would have kept some food stored away. No, that's all right. I'm sure Edgar cooked up something brilliant this morning. Let's go get a proper breakfast. I am looking forward to you enjoying your meal. It was accidental sneaky writing, and I love it so much. Screen fades when we come up. We are in the tavern with Edgar and David. Gods, I haven't had a meal that good all year. You should have been at the festival. That feast was something special. What, no leftovers? As if I'd served leftovers when I could cook you something new. Hang on, do a change in here. Ever the charmer, Ed? Some things never change. I haven't got to charm you since you left. I've got catching up to do. Yeah, I get the feeling I've got a lot of catching up to do today. Well, don't let me keep you then. No promises. Well, my lady, at least things seem to have calmed down. You should have free rein of the town for a time. City. Yeah, now would be a good time to pass out the souvenirs I collected from the outside world. I think everyone could use a little pick-me-up. A fine idea, my lady. Okay, so originally this was meant to be an optional thing. Yes, I'm sure people will assume it's intentional. Originally, it's going to be optional where you can give gifts to whoever you want and then leave the others behind, and I've decided there's some nice little nuggets in this, and I don't want the players to be able to miss it, because later on I wanted a certain mystery referenced back to a gift, and I'm like, I don't want to make this one required and this one not, so now you just got to give all the gifts before you move on. There's special dialogue if you try to go home before that. And if you examine your bag in the inventory, it tells you who you still need to give a gift to. So let's, I'm just going to go in order here because we're doing everyone. I'm not going to make you guys choose. But you know you can walk around the town and sort of give whoever you want gifts first. There's only one bit of dialogue that's different if you go to a certain person earlier than another. And I am going to do it in the fun direction because there is a fun little Easter egg here. So let's talk to Edgar first because he's right here. So I was stuffing my face before, but I was hoping I'd get a chance to catch up with you properly. You and me both, sweetheart. I bet you're brimming with stories from the outside world. Oh, absolutely, and I'd be happy to share some. But I think first you have to do the bartender thing and tell me about everything I've missed in the last year. Oh, exciting stuff. Visitors from other cities, lots of wildlife strolling through. The trade caravans were pristine this year. Oh, you think you're so clever, don't you? Hey, you said I had to do the bartender thing. What do you want me to say? I've been cooking a lot of food, but the ingredients haven't exactly gotten more diverse. Actually, about that, I got you a little something while I was away. You thought about me while you were gone? I'm honored. Don't be. I got something for everyone. Oof. Knock the wind out of my sails, why don't you? We hear rustling sounds, and then... Are these? Seeds. I found all sorts of wild fruits and vegetables growing in tremendously dangerous places. Thought I'd bring you some back. Maybe some of them will cook up nicely. Gods, I think I'm in love. Oh, is that all it took? With the seeds, Penny, not you. Be reasonable. Ha! You really are something, though. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of gift-giving to do, but can you share just one story before you go? How about the biggest thing you killed out there? How about we save the storytelling for tonight? I can spare my throat and tell whoever's here the story, not just you and David. Fair. Later, then. Later. Can't help but notice you're still sitting here. Something on your mind? It's just that the last time I said goodbye to you, I didn't see you for almost a year. Guess I'm just Enjoying me while I last? Something like that. Penny, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to know this is strictly a curious question. If the answer is no, the answer is no, and oh my gods, were you always this awkward and I just never noticed? I only have a way with words when I don't care about the one I'm talking to. So? Fuck it. It's been a hard year. David, I'm closing the tavern early. Huh? But it's only 11. Very early. Off you go. Okay. Come on, Penny, let's go. I'm gonna stay, actually. Help Edgar clean up. Clean up what? There's not really a mess. David. There's lots of like ... David. Oh! Oh gosh, yes, sorry. I should leave being. Go leaving. Be leave go. I'm... Bye! Frantic footsteps, door slam. Sorry! More footsteps, screen fades. David moves from the tavern to elsewhere. And then the screen, that's all we get. The screen fades back up and Penny is outside of the tavern. Jake, I messaged you a bit ago about writing a scene where two characters were genuinely flirting and not being weird about it. That was the scene I was talking about. Then, when you talk to David, there's some special dialogue you get if that scene happened first, which is why I'm very glad that scene happened. Hey, Penny. Right? Hey, Penny, I just wanted you to know that, I'm really sorry for, David. It's fine. Really. You didn't do anything wrong. Really? Okay, thank you. I'm no good with, what's the word when someone, says something but there's actually a deeper, more secret meaning? Subtext? Yeah, I don't get it. How can you tell what someone means if they don't say it? It just takes time, David. Don't worry. You'll get it eventually. Thanks, Penny. I really appreciate it. Was that subtext? No, that was just me talking. Okay, got it. Anyway, I was hoping to chat with you for a bit. Yes, of course. I know yesterday was, a lot, but it's really, really nice to have you back. 1 second, I need to skip over the alternate dialogue you get if you have not, talked to Edgar yet. Where does it pick up? Oh, I didn't actually write where it picks up. Hold up. Oh, it's literally just one line. 1 sec. The intro is much less interesting without that. It's really, really nice to have you back. In spite of everything that happened, it's nice to be back. So, did you go on all sorts of exciting adventures? I did, but you know what? There were some times I wouldn't have minded some company out there. Maybe you can come along next time after all? Oh gosh, really? I've been training. Since you left, I've been spending a few hours every day practicing with my old mace and shield. I've even intentionally gotten injured a few times so I could practice healing myself. David, that last part probably isn't necessary. I want to make sure my healing magic is as good as it can be, though. Do you really mean it about me coming with? I'd be really scared, but I'd like to help if I can. We'll see. I think I'm going to take a nice long break before I hit the road again. Well, I'll keep on training in the meantime. Hell yeah. Maybe we can train together sometime. Oh, I'd like that a whole lot. Oh, that reminds me. I got you something from out there. Huh? You did? Immediately ready for a fight. Is it a monster to fight? David, no. Monsters can't come into the city, remember? Oh, right. No, it's this. Look. And we see a rusted old amulet that David is holding. We actually get to see this one. Is this a holy symbol? Yeah, I think so. To one of the old gods. Wow! Penny, this is so cool. I've always wanted to see what an old holy symbol looked like up close. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. Take care, David. And you don't take care. I'm doing a subtext. Oh, sweetie, you're doing great. Why, thank you. And there's an alternate ending if you have not, again, had that opening conversation, but it's more fun if you do, so I'm hoping people go that route. You can get the subtext thing later, depending on how you do things. There is a way to find it later on, but I know, I love David so much. So, fun fact, I know I'm reading him very high-pitched, so he sounds very young. Everyone in most people in Merryroot City, with the exception of Olive, who's literally 12, everyone is at least, like, oh, and some of the newcomers. But like they've all been there for a while, so I'm like they can't be super young for the game to work. So like David is like I think like 38, but he looks younger. He's clean shaven and he acts like a baby. I love him very much. David's the sweetest. He's my favorite. But let's talk to hang on, I can clean up here. Joffrey next. Actually, sorry, Cal next because Cal is in Joffrey's store. If you try to examine the back door, you walk in and you get, "Welcome, adventurer, to Joffrey's Assorted Merchandising. How can I help you today?" Because of course that line is in there. And if you try to go into the back door, you get, "Penny, I swear to all the gods that exist and a few of them that don't, I will turn you into a sheep for a full 24 hours. Don't test me." And if you try to click it again, you get Penny just sort of in her own head, "Oh, no way. The stairs in this city are hell as a sheep." I can go back. All right, and you talk to Cal. Caladum, for those who don't remember, is the old man, the last person you find in the outside world.
"Hey there, Penny. That was some top-notch detectiving you got up to."
"Thanks, Cal. What do you think of the city so far?"
It ain't too bad. Better than being alone on some hard stone floor, at least."
"Are you making friends? Do you have any questions about the place?"
"Most of the people here seem all right, but I don't trust that Joffrey fella."
"I'm right here."
"Yeah, pretty suspicious if you ask me."
"It's my store."
"Yeah, but why do you gotta have a store if nobody uses gold here?"
"Cal, Joffrey's fine, trust me." "Thank you, Penny."
"Well, I guess I might trust him if he shows me what he's hiding behind that shady-looking door of his."
"Oh, good point. Joffrey, you better show him." "For the love of... Cal, don't encourage her!" "Anyway, Cal, I brought back a bunch of gifts from the outside world, but I figured you'd seen enough of that place. That said, I did bring you this."
"Eh? Is that my journal?" "Well, I'll be. It'll be nice to have something to write in when the moon strikes. You know, I was quite the poet back in my heyday."
"Really? I'd love to hear some of your work sometime."
"Yeah, sure thing. There once was a man from Nantucket." That's all I got. But I can tell it's going to be special when I finally figure out the next line.
"You've written one line of poetry?"
"It's not my fault. How am I supposed to write the next line in a rush? I don't even know what a Nantucket is."
"Well, keep me posted. Can't wait to hear that next line." Okay. And then that's Cal's dialogue. And then I'm so glad you guys are enjoying that. See, I think it's very important to have these after the first act because it does get really intense and we lose some of the charm of the game because it's very sad because it's a murder mystery. Now let's get the Joffrey dialogue. "You know, if I'm being honest, Penny, I don't think I got to welcome you home. I don't think you got the welcome home you deserved." "Yeah, well, yesterday was a bit heavy." "Yeah, heavy shit happens all the time. The world is basically dead. So accomplishments like spending a full year outside and coming back unscathed should be celebrated." "I appreciate it. Technically, tonight is still a festival night." "Yeah, we'll see if anyone in the town remembers. I was going to set off some fireworks." "Yeah, should be fun. Hey, Joffrey, I wanted to thank you for having my back yesterday." For those who've forgotten, Joffrey super had Penny's back in the investigation when Nyron started coming at her. "What are friends for? I didn't need fancy evidence and a watertight alibi to know that you died before hurting a horn on Kite's head. I just wish Lady Nyron had been less of a raging bitch about it." "Joffrey!" "What? She was accusing you of murder!" "Look, Nyron and I have a complicated history. I'm sure there was a lot on her heart yesterday." "A lot on her heart? Penny, Kite was like a father to you. If you managed to keep a level head, Nyron had no excuse." "Maybe. Still, I want to talk to her. I'm sure there was a reason, even if it wasn't a good one." And that line changes if you have talked to her already, of course. "Hey, whatever, bud. I'll always have your back, and I don't care how high and and I don't care how high and mighty your enemies are. I call it like I see it." "I know. Thanks, Joff." "Ooh, so close to not pissing me off. So close." "Well, how about this as an apology? We hear a rattling of gold." "Is this..." Rattling, rattling, rattling. "I can't even tell how much gold this is from shaking the bag. How much is in here?" "At last count, just under 500. "Oh, Penny, you shouldn't have." "You were right. Nobody out there wanted it, so..." Penny is interrupted by a visual of a gold coin-eyed Joffrey excitedly emptying the bag into his urn. Shh. Just enjoy it." Rattle, 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 rattle. For that price, you can call me Joff anytime. You're welcome. And then let's move on to Zyla, because I'm just going in order here with however I wrote it down. Well, if it isn't the hometown hero. How have things been around town? Well, the past few days notwithstanding, they've been perfectly lovely. I must admit, I was surprised when you started sending people our way. There's more people out there than we thought, that's for sure. So, are you heading out again, then? Not just yet. I'll take a few days to really recover. Besides, with what happened to Kite, I just think it's best if I stick around for a bit, you know? Oh, I understand completely. Also, thanks. I know you'd love to get your hands on a satyr horn. I appreciate you having the self-control to not take it. About that, you didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. But now that we know I wasn't behind it and the killer has been caught, choose your next words very carefully, Zyla. Whew, the outside world has been far too hard on you, love. You're no fun at all anymore. Zyla, relax. I was reluctantly joking. I won't desecrate Kite's body. You better not. After all, if you keep making me angry, what am I supposed to do with this bag of strange mushrooms I found growing from the corpse of a mummified dragon? Don't play with my heart, love. You really have that? I guess you owe me now, huh? Owe me one now, huh? Rummaging sounds. Oh, these are beautiful. But I owe you no such thing. I will, however, happily provide you with a few extra potions that I don't usually offer to the people of Merryroot. It's all right. I don't know what use I'd have for more than the usual stock. Just let me know if you need something, if you make something that would help in future adventures, all right? Oh, I most certainly will. Second. Okay, cool. And Annabelle dialogue. Corpse rooms, how delectable, right? Hey, for a witch, absolutely. I'm sad. Zyla was an NPC in the second campaign I was running, Jake, so you never got a chance to meet her. We never got that far with you. Anyway. Annabelle dialogue. Hi, Penny. Hey, how are you liking the town so far? I mean, it's fine. It's better than being out in the hellscape of a world. Yeah, debatable. I kind of liked it up there. Yeah, well, you didn't have... Ooh, this is a line about the hook. You weren't crucified when it... You didn't get crucified to the wall of some dungeon. There we go. You didn't get crucified to the wall of some dungeon. Fair. Anyway, Zyla tells me you've been coming in handy around the shop. Where did you learn magic? I went to school for it. School? For magic? But you're human. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, when was this? For there to be a functioning magical school, it must have been before the Harbingers showed up. No, the school just survived until just recently. We had a lot of powerful wizards and sorcerers there, so we managed to keep it safe until... Hey, if you don't want to talk about this, it's fine. Sorry, I'm adding up this as we go. You may have never swung by her shop. She was the potion maker in Merryroot City, in the second campaign, Griff. If you went, she had a store there. I literally just dragged and dropped her into this murder mystery. Hey, if you don't want to talk about this, it's fine. Well, you get it anyway. I don't know if anyone else made it out, but I managed to get away. I've been on my own ever since. That must have been hard. Yeah, nice insight, detective. Quick, my lady, your gift for her. It may be the only way to break this terrible tension. I got you something on my travels, like a souvenir. Oh, what is it? Here. We see her holding a magic wand. A magic wand? Yeah, it made me think of you. I mostly just know magical theory. I don't use a wand if I have to do any casting. I thought you might like it. But you didn't know I knew magic. I mean, yeah, I guess not. I don't know, it just seemed like you might like it. So, and then she looks at it and goes, I love it. Thank you, Penny. You're very welcome. Okay, and that's that. If you try to examine the cage, again, for those who weren't here or don't remember, there's a little cage with a sheet over it, which is now becoming Chekhov's cage. But if you examine it, you get... So, are you ever planning to tell me... are you ever going to tell me what's in that cage? I wasn't planning one, no. And then we can go to Captain Grunt, who is next. Oh my god. Oh, sorry guys, give me a second. Good afternoon, Captain.
Penelope! Good afternoon indeed. I don't think I got a chance to properly thank you for your excellent work in discovering the truth behind Kite's death.
Don't worry about it. In my eyes, I didn't have much of a choice.
Regardless, it was quite an impressive display of intelligence and cunning. We are fortunate you made it back in time.
Yeah, I'll grant you that.
Actually, I had something else I wanted to ask you.
What's up?
It's about Miles.
Screen shifts Miles sitting cross-legged in the gaping prison.
I've been trying for hours to get her to talk, to tell me anything about her motives behind attacking the priestess, but to no avail. You seem to have a way of drawing the truth out of others. Would you mind giving me some advice on how to proceed?
Advice? Grunt, I was pretty serious about getting justice for Kite, but I'm not really a detective or whatever. I just talk to people and put the pieces together. If Miles won't talk, we don't really have a lot of pieces to go off of.
Well, could you at least try then? Perhaps she'll tell you something she won't tell me. You did rescue her from the outside world, after all.
That's true. All right, I'll try.
Thank you, Penelope.
Oh, one more thing before I go. I got you this.
What's this? Is this a royal helmet?
We see this kind of beautiful helmet. Can't have our captain of the guard wearing anything less than the best now, can we?
Penelope Knifewit, you beautiful soul. I shall don it with pride. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You got it. And there's a very short bit of dialogue that happens if you try to approach Miles before Grunt, but I'm not even going to go for it. It's very short. So as you approach the gaping prison, we see Miles' evil side for a hot second. Well, if it isn't my savior and captor, Penelope Knifewit. To what do I owe the pleasure? And then it's back to eerily normal. Miles. Yes? Let's talk. Sure. I have nothing better to do. Why did you try to kill the priestess? Oh, didn't I say this? I'm not going to tell you. Or anyone, for that matter. Why? It's not like it matters anymore. Of course it does. What do you mean? Well, clearly I can't tell you that either. If you knew why it mattered that I wanted the priestess dead, you'd know the answer to the first question, too. Cryptic. Not really. The two reasons are tied together, that's all. Why I want her dead, and why I can't tell you my motive. But you can. You're capable of speaking, you're not going anywhere, so why not just tell me and be done with it? I've already given you my reason. I can't tell you why I can't tell you. What's your reason? Why should I tell you? What? If you're so convinced my motive doesn't matter anymore, why are you still asking me about it? Well, you can have both. Either my motive is important, and I shouldn't tell you for that reason, or it's not important, and you shouldn't be wasting your time asking me. So which is it? Okay, fine. We'll call it important. Kind of zooms in on the two. We get a nice image of them, like, face off between the bars. Red Up, that really makes me happy to hear you say that. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get voice actors on this, so it's not just me. So closer up. So what can I offer you in exchange for your motive? Now we're getting somewhere. I don't know yet, but I'm sure one of us will think of something. So how about you toddle along for now and come back when you have a serious offer? Yeah, all right. I'll be back. And whew, can't believe I brought that psychopath here. And that's the dialogue of Miles. Oh, Jake, you're gonna make me cry. We'll see. They're reading through this. There are times in the future I'm like, did I lose these characters a little bit? So I might need to do some polishing on later stuff. I feel like the farther I got along, the more I lost them. But also they're going through traumatic experiences, so change is natural. Dynamic characters are important. But thank you guys for flattering me. It really, really means a lot, especially coming from the two of you. Like, holy shit. Jake, I look up to your writing and trust your opinion on this kind of thing so much, so it means the world to hear you say that. Let's talk to Rogo, you know, the guy who's all screaming. Yet again, I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to kill my voice. But you have to imagine Rogo screaming at all times. I just said that. And Penny's, the first dialogue is, "Hi, Rogo, please don't scream." And Rogo goes, "Hello! Hello. Hi." He calms down for a second. So we kind of got off on the wrong foot when we met. Are we cool? Are we? Oh, gods. Is there a reason we wouldn't be cool? Because if I've learned one thing, it's that I do not want to be your enemy! Rogo, no, we're good. I wanted to make sure you were okay with me. I know you were really scared when we first met. Rogo, trying desperately to keep calm. There have been more instances in my life of me being afraid than of me being anything other than afraid. That's really sad. But it's okay now. You're in Merryroot City. You're safe. I'm safe! I'm safe in Merryroot City! Yes, exactly. Unless I get murdered, which is a thing that happens here sometimes! Rogo, we caught the killer. It's done. It's done! Everything and everyone is safe! Do you just loudly announce every thought that's in your head? I don't know! I can't shake the feeling that I'm supposed to tell everyone something, but I don't know what that something is, so I'll just go with everything! One of the things is bound to be right! Sure. Was there something you needed? Well, I was going to give you this. I found it in the village. I rescued you in. We see Rogo with a ratty-looking teddy bear. He looks at it silently. You good? It's beautiful. Good, I'm glad you... It's beautiful! Well, we had a moment. And that's the end of the Rogo dialogue. I appreciate it. I'm going to track the story of 100,000 words. All right, listen, Jake. I don't want to hear it. I mean, I do want to hear it. I appreciate it very much. All right, it's Rogo's dialogue. You can also go to Arya, the priestess. Arya. Oh, by the way, there's 2 guards posted out front of the temple now. You do so much for us, and now, well, I wonder if you even know. Did you hear Kite? Do you know why Miles wanted to kill you? It can't just be to destroy Merryroot. A monster wouldn't have made it through the barrier. She's so young, I wish I knew. You always know just what to say. Here, I got you this. Thanks for letting me go. I'll do my best to keep the city safe. We hear a clunk of the gift being set down at Arya's, the base of Arya, but we do not get to see what it is. And next, who are we talking to next? There's some dialogue for like examining the view and things like that. But nothing is like super important. So I'm not going to go through every little line because sometimes I just put things in there to account for, oh, the players might click on this. So unless something special, let's skip over something. Let's talk to Lord Xeris. We have 3 more bits of dialogue to go through. Xeris, Nyrin, and Olive. So let's go through them in that order. Hi, Lauren. Welcome. We're just doing some downtime dialogue between mysteries, but thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. So this is to Lord Xeris. Oh, and he's, by the way, on the treetops, I believe. What are you doing all the way up here? Getting away from it all? After yesterday, it all feels a bit much. Yeah, I get that. If you want me to go, no. It's alright. What do you need? I didn't need anything, per se. I just wanted to check in with you. Are you okay? No, of course not. We all knew Kite would die one day. He was getting up in years, but, well, you understand better than anyone. Yeah. Not to mention Lady Nyrin. Didn't really handle the whole situation too well, did she? No, I guess not. But, not to mention Lady Nyrin. Wait, sorry, hang on. I know I guess not, but... But? I don't know, actually. You know how sometimes you just start speaking and realize you don't know what to say? Half of nobility is figuring out the second half of the sentence long after you've begun. Anyway, I also wanted to give you something. Here. Xeris holds a beautiful quiver of gold and green. This is remarkable. It reminded me of your bow. It really is strikingly similar in style. Where did you find it? Beneath a pile of bodies in a desert where the sand was just scorpions. I will never understand why anyone wants to go to the outside world. To get gifts for her friends? Thank you, Penny. I think I will take you up on that offer to be alone now. You got it. Take care. And Penny? Yeah? You should talk to Lady Nyren. I know. I'll make my way there soon. And yet again, that's an alternate if you already have talked to her. No puppies around today, Lauren, by the way. Thank you for the lurk. No puppies today. This is my first stop with no puppies. Let's talk to Lady Nyren. If you try to examine the back door, until you talk to Olive, Nyren stops you. So you can't talk to Olive first. You have to resolve things with Nyren first. Lady Nyren? ... Can we talk? I'm afraid I don't know what there is to say. You could lead with an apology. ... Nyren, I get it. Do you? Do you, Miss Knifewood? Well, okay, no. So explain it to me. I explained it to you the day you left. I have spent my life keeping the city safe. Keeping the city a safe and comfortable place. And you want to leave to, what? Fight monsters? Survive in a horrid, brutal environment? Is the haven provided for you so repulsive that you have to flee to hell to find comfort? No, that's not it. And when you were gone, when you do what so many have thought of doing and leave, I thought, good. Well, at least now the ridiculous idea that venturing is possible will be snuffed out. And then survivors start coming in. 4 of them. 4 people, each with a story of how you saved their lives, how they'd be dead if not for you. You spend your days defying my will, and then when you leave, you can't even fail properly. You can't even die like everyone is supposed to outside. ... And as a final blow, you come back, unharmed, looking like you've had a pleasant stroll and got a little too close to a campfire, no doubt full of tales of wonder, of victory, of how you conquered the day and would do it again. You succeeded where even Kite failed. And if I was wrong, if I fought against you with all my might to prove that this place was safe, to prove that the outside world would kill you, to prove that I'm worth anything in this accursed fucking tree, and after all of that, you come back and save the day? No! It was impossible. You had to be the villain. I needed you to be the villain, because if you weren't, I was. I'm sorry. And Nyren takes Penelope in a hug. Huh? I'm glad you're alive, Penelope. I'm sorry I didn't have the courage to say it. Thank you, Nyren. It's good to be home. It's good to have you home. So, can I give you your gift now? Oh, gods, what is it? Shuffling sounds. We see her holding a glowing sword. This seems highly impractical. Why would you want to advertise where your sword is at all times? You're welcome. I'm so glad you appreciate it. It's lovely, Penny. I do appreciate it. Thank you. No problem. Would it be alright if I gave Olive their gift, too? Of course. I give you permission to enter our abode. Thanks. And that's, the Nyren dialogue. I'm gonna pause for a second and take a sip and let that sink in. I don't know what the laughter was at. I don't remember. I made a point not to look at chat during that. It might have just been at the drama, but that's something I'm a huge fan of. You need that reconciliation after the first act, where you spend the entire game not trusting Lady Nyren, which makes her an automatic, like, is she the murderer this time? Kind of a thing. And you can't have that happening. You need to know why she was so opposed to it. I'm glad you're enjoying the drama, Red. Alright, let's go talk to Olive. It shortcuts you to the hallway where Olive's room is, and we get a fun fact. I'm not even going to say this, because I was going to give a fun fact about the game, but I realized I can't, because it might be a spoiler. Never mind. The door creaks open, and we see the same Olive's eye through the crack of the door as we saw. Goodness, I don't know why I'm burping so much tonight, guys. Excuse me. We see Olive's eye through the slit of the door. Hey, how's it going? Bad. What's wrong? Kite's dead. Oh, I mean, yeah, hey, I guess I'm doing pretty bad too. Losing a friend sucks. Did you find out who did it? Yeah. Your parents didn't tell you? No. Um, and then in her head, maybe I shouldn't. This really isn't my place. I did, but I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you, so I'll leave that to Nyron and Xeris. Fine. Door closes. Olive, wait. Silence. I'm... I got you something. A gift from outside. The door's flung open. We see the inside of Olive's room blurred in the background. Lots of like drawings hanging on the walls and neat stacks of paper. None of it's legible during this time. Olive, let me see it. Whoa, easy there. What did you bring me from outside? Wow, I had no idea you'd be so excited. Here you go. Olive takes it. We see them with a book. It's a journal, but it's empty. I thought you might like to write or draw in it. Where did you get this? From outside, like I said. Where outside? Tell me about it. Oh, well. And then Nyron says, we see her like kind of watching over the edge and goes, that's enough for now. Nyron, it's okay. We're just Miss Knifewit. That's enough for now. Yes, Lady Nyron. Footsteps, door closing, Penny back outside. That's more than Olive has said to me in their whole life. I wonder why they're so fascinated with the outside world. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I know I was, too. And that is all of the dialogue. So now you can go home. And as you return home... It has been quite the day back, my lady. Would you care for some rest before tonight's celebration? And you can either say ready, end of the day, or not quite yet if you want to keep walking around. And then, yeah, not a bad idea. The screen fades. We hear the sounds of music and merriment. It's all very eerily small scale. And as the screen fades up, we see our townsfolk and a few guards standing in the background, engaged in various levels of activity as the sun sets. Edgar is playing a lute as he dances on the table. David, Rogo, Joffrey, and Grunt are partaking in dance-like activities, where we see people like Nyron, Xeris, and Cal, and Annabelle back at a more distant table, eating, drinking, and watching. Olive is looking toward the guards. Zyla is off on her own, leaning against the root of the tree, reading a book. We then see the image as it zooms out from farther away as Penny dangles her legs over the side of the third floor balcony where Kite died, just outside the temple. Celebratory sounds grow more distant. My lady, are you quite certain you do not wish to partake in the festivities? ... I admit a celebration at the tail end of a funeral does seem a bit tasteless, and yet I'm confident your presence would be welcomed there. ... Of course, not a soul would judge you if you wanted to. Eli. My lady? Do you trust me? With all 9 inches of my being, young lady. My lady. I don't know why I said young lady. It's my lady. Good. I need 2 things from you. Simply make your requests known, and I shall fulfill them. First, I need you out of my head for a little bit. Of course. I shall vacate your surface thoughts post-haste. And second, I need you to do everything I tell you to do for the next 10 minutes without question, comment, or hesitation. Got it? Yes, my lady. Though I admit, when you express your thoughts in this way, I do find myself slightly concerned. Trust, Eli. I know what I'm doing. Very well, my lady. No surface thoughts, following your orders without hesitation or comment. All right, let's go. Where are we? Right. The screen fades and we hear footsteps. Before we see anything, we hear my nemesis returns. Fade up. Penny is at the gaping prison staring down Miles. Before I read this scene, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your predictions. I want to know, because the clues are here. Does anyone have an idea of how this is going to shake out? If not, that's fine. I'm just going to keep reading in a minute. Hello? Hi? Real Act 21? I don't know what Jane Money means, but, or any of what you're saying. I apologize. I'm unfortunately, monolingual. I don't speak any other languages, but, I hope you're enjoying welcome to the chat. I hope you enjoy hanging out. I'm gonna wait, okay. Does anyone have any idea what our new friend Relak is saying, or if this is a bot thing, or... what the deal may be. Thank you, Jake. Meanwhile, I'll trust. Cool. So I'm assuming that was just a bot. Then I didn't want to say anything for sure until I knew, but I you know that kind of thing better than I do. So thank you. All right. I've not heard theories yet, so unless you were typing them up, I'm just gonna start. Feel free to throw your theories as I read this, as it goes along, and we'll dive right into this. So, you're so good. I could ban too. I just didn't know if it was bot or not. Um, I trust you. Okay. So, here we go. My nemesis returns. I certainly hope you haven't come here to coax my motives out of me again. I'd prefer to not have to repeat myself anymore, and you seem sharp enough to remember what I said last time. Yeah, I remember, but I am here for your motives. It's just that this time I'm coming with an offer to put on the table. Oh, and what could you offer me that would make me give up the only leverage I have left? Your freedom. Oh, music turns dark. My freedom? But Penny, you know full well what I would do with my freedom. Why would you offer me that? I'm not telling. Aha, clever. Well, unfortunately, my freedom doesn't get me anywhere. You're a very skilled swordswoman. You could cut me down or capture me as soon as I tell you what you want to know. What assurance do I have that I would get what I want out of this? What I want out of this? We'll trade places. I steal the key, let you out, give it to you so you can lock me in. Once in the cage, you tell me the motive, you can do whatever you want after that. Oh, goodness. This really does seem too good to be true. Perhaps you've alerted our dear captain of your plan, and he's waiting at the door of the temple for me? Not that you have any reason to believe me, but nobody's by the temple except for the 2 guards. I can't do anything about them. I'm not going to kill for you. Well, I'm not exactly a master combatant like you. I have a slightly different exchange that I'd be willing to make, however, for something more valuable than my freedom. I'm listening. I want your dagger. We see Penny, it's the 3 exclamation point, like, shock moment, and then she kind of calms down. Fine. Eli is sort of, like, confused. And I know he stays loyal unless you bestow him upon someone. He has to be willing, or it's no deal. He'll do whatever I ask him. My lady! Eli, Penny in her head. Eli. Eli, wounded puppy. Miles. Okay, so let's review. You bequeath your dagger to me so I have full control over everything it does, and I tell you my motive. Deal? We see Penny, like, clenching her fists at her side. Deal. Eliezer, I hereby declare the prisoner Miles as your new wielder. Eli, very hurt, voice shaking. It has been an honor, my lady. The honor was all mine. Penny hands Miles the dagger, blade first. Wonderful. I must say I'm pleasantly surprised. Now you've got me curious about your motives. Stuff it. Now for your end of the bargain. Just a moment. Eliezer, was it? Go kill the priestess. Immediately. Zoom! Eliezer zooms off without a word. Penny and Miles watch him go. Penny deadpan, Miles leaning on the bars and smiling wide at an evil face. Miles, we have a deal. Of course. It hardly matters now, does it? I suppose not. So tell me, why do you want to kill the priestess? I don't. What? Come now, surely you must have had some suspicion. Then why? I'm just a piece on the board, Penny. Behind me, there's someone pulling the strings. Someone with very direct orders. Someone ordered you to kill the priestess? Who? Why? Not exactly. My orders were a little more vague than that. The priestess was just a means to an end. Means to it? Someone in the outside world wants Merryroot compromised? Oh, no, I don't think so. What do you mean, you don't think so? I don't rightfully know where the orders came from. I just remember receiving them. But whoever it is, I have a strong feeling that they're here, too. How can you not... Ugh. Well, you'll likely know soon. I can't imagine it will take Eli much longer. Soon, the priestess will be dead. And for icing on the cake, it will be all your... In the middle of this word, click! There's a whirring of time reversing as Penny presses the button on her watch again. Have full control over everything it does, and I tell you my motive. Deal? We see the same close-up on Penny's clenched fist, but this time her hand loosens and we see that she had the watch in it at that moment in time. No, no deal. But I appreciate the negotiations. You aren't going to... We see Penny walking away, still processing what she's been through, but smirking a bit in spite of herself. You've been very helpful, Miles. Thank you for your time. I hate that I wrote that line. I forgot I wrote that, and I hate that I wrote that line. Yeah, I knew at some point, I'm like, I can't give the players a game mechanic watch that reverses conversations only and not let it become relevant at some point in the plot, and I was so pleased with that. I can practically see your guys' held breath as you put your responses in now. You did amazing, Eli. You can come back into my head now. I what? My lady, I'm afraid I do not recall doing anything terribly amazing at all. I don't have time to explain it. Dig a little deeper into my recent memories. You'll see. I've got to see if I remember the basics Joffrey taught me a few years back. Good. God, I don't know why I'm burping so much tonight. Very well. Let us see what... Ha ha! My lady, what a positively devilish scheme! Goodness me, I am simultaneously appalled and impressed. Thanks. Now, we hear magical sounds, and Penny, when she speaks, her voice is amplified and echoey. Attention, everyone! I've discovered urgent new information about the attempted murder of the priestess. Please gather outside the temple immediately. And we see the same image earlier of all the people partying, but now everyone's like looking up at Penny. Penny goes, time to get back to work. Act 2, pulling the strings. Bum, ba 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 bum. All right. We're going to keep going. There is a downtime break soon. The downtime happens within Act 2, not in the intermission. But I'm going to keep going until we get to the first downtime, then take a few minutes to pause. In the darkness, we hear some dialogue. I'm going to start saying who's saying the lines before, because now everyone's in the same scene again. So starting with, I'm just going to call Annabelle Belle to make it easier. Belle. No way. Thank you. I've already decided I'm going to voice one of the characters in the game. I don't know who I want it to be. Eli's a bigger role, and I don't know if I want to take him. We'll discuss it later, but I will be voicing at least someone, because my instinct is to say Joffrey, but also I have other thoughts. So we'll get to that. Nonetheless, thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. No way. Edgar. Gods. Nyron. Here we go again, then. The screen fades up, and we see the town gathered around the temple. It is dark out. Rogo. The true killer is still out there and is likely one of us! Yes, thank you, Rogo. That is what I just said. I don't get it. How did you get little Miss Psychopath to spill the beans? It's complicated. Grunt. You simply must teach me your interrogation tactics, Penelope! Xeris. Another time, I'm sure. Penny, can you be absolutely certain... Check this. Can you be absolutely certain Miles was telling the truth? Maybe she's just trying to stir suspicion between us. Maybe, but we can't take that chance. We have to assume someone is going to make another play for Arya's life. Worst case scenario, there's no killer coming and we tighten up security for nothing. Xeris. Perhaps. Or... Look, this city has been safe for decades, with nobody trying anything. Everyone who lives here, we can trust each other. Except Cal. Now hang on there a second, whippersnapper! Belle. Yeah, what are you trying to say? Grunt. It does stand to reason. If there is someone behind the scheme to kill the priestess, they would have needed to be. They would have to be newcomers to the city. So, Rogo. I could be guilty! I could be behind it all! Lock me up! Penny. Everyone stop. No. Xeris. Surely you have to agree, though. This isn't about kindness or assuming the best in everyone. This is about rooting out a dangerous killer. Yes, okay. I admit that it's more likely that whoever is behind this is one of the other three outsiders, especially with Miles being directly involved in the first attempt on Arya's life. But we can't be sure of that. What if What if the real killer has been lying in wait for decades and only now found a willing accomplice? We can't write off anyone just yet. But no. This is David, by the way. These people are my friends. They wouldn't. Nyron. Miss Knifewit is right. Huh? We can't simply assume that the easiest solution is the right one. We must assume the worst. I can only use read assume. We must prepare. We must prepare for the worst. To that end, we must be as cautious as we can. Penny has a little dot, and then Grunt says, "Very well, Lady Nyron. I shall tighten security and put more guards." Penny, no, Grunt, you're a suspect too. What? Yeah, my dude, what part of anyone could be the killer aren't you getting? Joffrey's like the only person I don't feel the need to introduce when he speaks because his voice is so unique. As long as nobody is ruled out, we need a more efficient system of protecting Arya than just a handful of guards. Edgar. Agreed. Zyla. I was going to mention that if you didn't. Nyron. Good. Then I propose this. Everyone in town writes their name on a slip of paper, and those papers are put into a helmet. Every morning, we gather here and draw 4 names at random. The first 2 drawn will stand over the temple until will stand watch over the temple until the late evening, at which point the next 2 are ready to step in. Xeris. I like it. Grunt, how about we simply assign 1 guard? That way, if you are behind this, the 2 volunteers aren't outmatched or outnumbered by your men. Grunt, tearing up a little. But I'd never. Edgar. Hey, it's all right. We know you want to keep everyone safe. This is simply out of an overabundance of caution. Sorry not to be a bother, but I don't think my name's going to do anybody any good in that hat. Can't well move like I used to. Penny. True. I like the idea, but maybe we leave Cal and Olive out of it. Nyron. Agreed. Penny. Anyone else they have a reason they shouldn't be on guard duty? Joffrey. I mean, it sounds boring as hell. Does that count as a reason? Penny. All right, it's settled. 2 volunteers and 1 of Grunt's guards every day, every night, until we figure out what's really going on. No matter what, the killer won't be able to enter the temple without alerting the watch. Seems good enough plan to me. David. I hope my name gets drawn. I think I'd be a really good watch. Xeris. It's settled then. Does anyone have writing implements on them? Joffrey. Are you kidding? I keep my entire stock on me at all times. Xeris. Good, bring it out. Grunt, your helmet. We'll have our first drawing now, and begin the night watch. Whoever is picked, take a moment to get some last food, drink, or whatever else you need. The rest of us will stay here. We take no chances. Yes, sir. Eli. Wonderfully handled, my lady. Truly, your passion and skill is a thing of wonder. Passion and skill are things of wonder. Thanks, Eli. I just hope this is all enough. Nyron. Miss Knifewit. Penny. Thank you. I think perhaps the rest of us have gotten a little rusty after all these years of peace and quiet. I'm glad one of us has what it takes to be a proper hero. Careful, Nyron. We wouldn't want the rest of the town thinking you're taking a liking to me. That's Lady Nyron to you. There it is. And the screen fades. We hear, all right, first drawing, the drawing for the night watch begins now. First, it's like fading out as it goes. Once the screen is black, we hear Penny's internal dialogue. So, there's still a killer out there. I should try to figure out who it is before they get a chance to strike again. Besides, it could be a time to learn more about the people I live with, and for them to learn more about me. And now, we get our first downtime section. So, the downtime sections are much like in Danganronpa. You can wander around the city, and you can do your own thing, and then you can talk to any person you want. You can spend time with anyone. I believe the exception to that rule is Olive. I don't think you're allowed in the back anymore after the last time. So I don't think you get a chance to talk with Olive. I'm pretty sure everyone else is A-okay to choose. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with 2, and we're going to see how this goes. But if you guys want to take votes, you can go ahead and put exclamation point names to remember who's in the town. Eliezer doesn't count. Actually, I can do a poll, can I? How does a poll work? Is it /poll? Yeah! Hold up. I'm going to make a poll. So, I'm going to put the names in here, and whichever 2 get the highest number, you can vote. Just vote I think you can only vote once. I don't know. Oh yeah, allow additional votes. Vote for bits per vote. Interesting. Or channel points. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. So we're gonna do additional votes possible. Whoever gets the most votes, 2 minutes, and the second most votes, we will do their scenes. So I'm just gonna go ahead and let's see. We got Joffrey. We've got Nyren. We've got Xeris. We've got Zyla. We've got Annabelle. Oh, it's not. Are there only 5? I can't do more than 5. Never mind. Just type in the name you want. I don't want to. I'm over it. Anyone type in whatever name you would like to see. You feel free to add 2 names. If you have 2 votes, I will count that. And otherwise, and then we'll come back in like 2 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom while you guys are voting, and we'll do our downtime with them. One more time. Just going to drop this here. Oh, both of us did it, and it showed up for. Oh, sorry, because it's not named. I really should add one for names, but there we go. Okay, so let me just look at this list really quick. Obviously, Penny and Eli you can't choose because that's you and your dagger, and Kite is dead, so Kite is off the list as well. Olive is off the list. I believe Priestess is off the list. You can never do Priestess because she doesn't speak. And Miles is off the list because you don't want to spend time with Miles. So there's no downtime scenes written for Miles because you're not going to do that. Penny isn't about that. Okay, cool. Cast your votes. I'll be right back. Oh, I should have gone to the Airfax granted before. Okay, we're back. Votes are in. We've got 1 vote for David, 2 for Edgar, 2 for Joffrey, and 1 for Zyla. So it's Edgar and Joffrey are our winners. That said, I'm looking at the time, and I'll make the final call once we finish these scenes, but I feel like I'm just going to do all 4 of those, Edgar, David, Joffrey, and Zyla, because I don't think we can do Act 2 tonight, if I'm being perfectly honest. Act 1 took a little over 2.5 hours, and Act 2 is longer than Act 1, and I do want to do it all in one sitting, if possible. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I'm going to try my damnedest. So, we are just going to do... I think we're just going to do some downtime scenes tonight. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. The night is young. But we're going to start with Joffrey and Edgar because those are the 2 got 2 votes each. And let me actually... I have the downtime in a separate document. So I need to open that up. Alrighty. Let's start with Joffrey, I believe. Here we go. So we see each of these The first downtime scenes come with a special like CG that is like the two together, and this one is just Penny and Joffrey on a nice little stroll near the city's edge. So level with me, bud. Did the magic lessons I gave you help even a little bit out in the world? Oh, absolutely. You'd be amazed how many weird dungeons have bizarre magical redundancies to puzzle your way past. All right, I get it. Arcane theory was useless. Don't rub it in. I still hold to it that it's worth knowing. Uh, Joffrey, I'm serious. There was an underground temple in the first week that had these 3 colored crystals embedded in a door, and I had to hit each of them with a simple spell of the correct element to open it up. For real? Yeah, it was weird. I didn't expect monsters to set up that kind of thing, but yes, the magic came in handy. Well, I'll be damned. I'll carry myself with just a little more pride from here on out. Oh, gods, you? With more pride? What have I done? Well, great. I'm not sure I would have been able to teach you I'm not sure I would have been able to teach that stuff if I knew it was going to help you out so much. If I had stumbled out of the line somehow. What, the curse extends that far? I don't know. There's some things that I just can't do because of it. I usually don't know until I try. So, have you tried to leave the sanctuary then? Oh, for sure. Can't bring myself to do it. It kills me, I tell you. That's why I left. What? Oh, that's very unclear. 1 second. That's why I left the chance to spend time with you. I've got to live vicariously through your adventures. Sure, our friendship has nothing to do with it. Nah, fuck that. Who needs friendship when you have some wild stories of kicking ass? Well, let's see. What's the biggest thing I fought? No. What's the worst thing you fought? Size ain't power, as knowing me should tell you. Was that a self-burn? No, because if I burn something, it dies. Now stop dodging the question. Worst thing you fought? Go. Okay. Okay, yeah, shit. I know the worst thing I fought. It was right near the end of my time outside, so I was already exhausted. Picture this little spidery thing. It was like 8 feet high, 6 legs. Wait, is it spidery or insecty? 6 legs doesn't scream spider. Shut up, I'm painting a word picture. 6 legs, 8 feet. That's too many feet for that many legs. Do you want me to tell you about this thing or not? It's such a toss-up between hearing a cool story and antagonizing you. You're such a dick. Anyway, it has like this triangle-shaped head thing, 2 eyes on each side, and whenever you got close to it, you'd slow down like you were swimming through pudding, and it would just scurry farther backwards. Then when you finally managed to close the distance, its legs open, and these like little spear tongue things come stabbing out at you. It was a whole afternoon to fight one, and I got caught in a nest of them. That doesn't sound so bad. You're not picturing this. That's 6 legs, 8 feet. Oh, fuck off, Penny. I'm messing with you. It sounds awful. There, you happy? What about you? What's the worst thing you fought? That'd be my best friend Arthur. Huh? Arthur? You've never mentioned Arthur before. Yeah, it's part of my past I'm not too keen on talking about. But let me tell you, nothing is worse than fighting a friend in earnest. What happened between you two? There's a reason I don't talk about it, Pen. Ask me another time, and I'll decide if I'm ready to dig up those demons. Sure. You got it. Fade to black. That is the first scene with Joffrey. I love their friendship so much. I loved writing that. That was so much fun to write the dialogue for. Let's move on. I've got more to do. Edgar, right? Yeah. Yeah, see, because Griff voted for the one that, like, got both of them, thank you, guys. Griff, you got lucky. We get both your eyes. I do think, I'm just going to do all 4. I'm just going to say that now. We're just going to do all 4 of them, and we'll see. Maybe we'll do more. Who knows? You guys could get bonuses, because I'm not going to, like, there is another downtime scene, but there's also second downtime scenes to go through, so it's not like we're going to have nothing. So even if I do all or many of the first downtime scenes, pretty much every character has a second downtime scene as well, so. But you just can't do 2 in a row. If you try to talk to the same person 2 days in a row, you have a comment like, oh, I should probably diversify my time or whatever like that. Cool. Next in the order is Edgar. We see Penny in the kitchen cooking with Edgar. There's an air of, we've done this before, so it's effortless. She's like stirring a simmering pot of stew. Fun note, there's no meat in the city, so just for the artist, it's a veggie stew. Just keep an eye on that. Stir every few minutes. Sure thing. How long are we simmering for? About 20. And now that you're committed to one task for 20 minutes, I never did get any stories from the outside world. Ah, I knew you wouldn't let me into your kitchen without an ulterior motive. Yes, yes, you've fallen for my trap. Now spill. I don't even know where to start. Everything sort of blurs together. There was so much going on. Well, let's narrow it down. Skip anything that wouldn't make me spit my drink out if you called me at the wrong moment. I mean, I don't really know. Most of it was fighting. It was brutal. I was so exhausted by the end of it. It's not like here. I don't get funny stories, except for meeting the four newcomers, which are stories in of themselves. Yes, I've heard of them. Everyone seemed pretty embarrassed to have left you behind. Well, I didn't give them much of a choice. It's not like I'd have come back if they had asked. You really were restless here, weren't you? It's nothing to do with you. Hey, you don't have to explain yourself to me. You're your own woman. I'd never ask you to be anything but. How do you do that, Ed? Oh, it's called emulsifying. When you whip together the... Oh, shut up. I mean, look, when I first decided I was going to go, telling you I was leaving was the scariest thing. I thought for sure you were going to be angry, try to stop me, something. No, no, I'm a lover, not a fighter. If someone wants to do something, it's not my place to stop them. It's my place to support, no matter what that something is. It's not my business at that point. See, I was all ready to get diving back into the world in a few weeks, but now I feel responsible for what's going on, so I don't know if I'll be able to go again. How do you let go? It's easy. You never hold on. That's supposed to be easy? It's the whole if you love them, let them go idea. People say it all the time, but really think about the implications. A bird comes down and lands in your hand, and you're glad it's there. Of course you want it to stay, so your instinct becomes to hold on to it. But it's just a bird. If it didn't want to be there, it wouldn't have landed there in the first place. And now that you're holding it... Hang on, what did you do? It can't leave. If it tries to leave, it gets hurt. So why hold it in the first place? It'll be there as long as it likes. You make it sound so simple. It gets simpler when you realize that holding something is what makes it want to leave. Given how good of a situation you left behind here to go march into hell, you should understand that. You should understand that better than anyone. I do. I get it. Really. I just don't understand how you got so wise. When the only good you've ever done in your life comes from love, you spend a lot of time thinking about how to do it right. So did you have someone before Merryroot? Or have you always just been go with the flow about love as you are now? Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Edgar gets a somber ... Wait, you had someone? Like one partner? I don't tend to talk about it. We found a story of yours that you haven't told me, and I think I'll keep it that way for a while, if that's all right. Yeah, Ed, of course. You can stop staring at it, by the way. That's been done for minutes. I just need you out of the way while I did the hard part. You're such an asshole. Whew, fade to black. So as you guys can tell the theme here, all the first lot of things, or most of the first ones, set up a story for the second hangout. And no, I will not be doing any of those stories tonight. We are sticking to the flow of the game, meaning you can't. But at this point, so if I were to move forward... Oh, shit, there's scenes between the downtime that I forgot about. So after the first downtime scene, we were supposed to get a the next day moment. The next day. We see another like flash dream sequence of like things from the outside world as Penny's sleeping. And when the screen fades up, we see Penny lying on her back in her bed in her robes. I don't know if you remember, I mentioned that she, in one of the scenes in the outside, has these like just ordinary looking black robes on. Everyone in this game, and I know this is going to cost me more in the art department, but I want everyone to have a day outfit and a night outfit, if possible, and if not, at least Penny, because we see so much of her. So Penny has her like swashbucklery aesthetic adventure outfit, and then she has these like black pajama robes that are just like, okay, they're robes, we get it. So she's back in those at night, as she always is at night. My lady, your mind seems to be quite active for so early in the morning. Is something the matter? I guess so. You know, it's funny, no matter how dangerous it was out there, I never remember having nightmares. Well, at risk of sounding too boastful, you had my presence to protect you. Yeah, but I still do. You do? Perhaps, then, your restlessness comes not from a concern for yourself, but a concern for the others in the city. They can take care of themselves. especially now that everyone's on high alert.
Well then, if I may be so bold to ask, what is troubling you?
I can't shake the feeling this is my fault.
My lady! You have done everything in your power to help these people and the world. I will not sit idly by and allow you to slander your own honor.
But things were fine, Eli. For years. And when I come back,
even if we are to presume that the events are connected, it is quite a leap to assume so, if I do say so myself. You have taken all of your actions out of nobility and goodness. You rescued innocent lives. You fought monsters that would no doubt have harmed others. You are a hero. You are a hero. You may do your best to protect those around you, but you are not responsible for the actions of those who do not.
Yeah. Thanks, Eli.
I hold you in the highest esteem, my lady. It breaks my metal heart to discover
you. It's an awkward line. I'll fix it later, but I'm just gonna.
Breaks my metal heart to discover. Never mind. To discover that you are so ruthless with yourself.
Okay, fixed. Hey, Nyron and I made up. Someone has to be ruthless with me.
Aha! A jape! Well played, my lady.
Thanks. Anyway, I guess we should get moving, huh?
Indubitably.
And that's when the second Downtime Section is supposed to happen. Before we move on to the next scene, yeah, let's do more downtime. I want to hit Red and Jake up with their requests as well, because we have the time, and I'm not going to do Act 2 tonight. I'm going to do the next two downtime scenes. I'm going to do David and Zyla as requested, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to the end of the end of this section, the beginning of the investigation, which you will see. So, and I think we're just going to call it there, because as much as I want to like go for hours, and I do want to go for hours, guys, what do you think? I've got 2.5 hours in me. I can swing till 11:30 if I need to. No. I know. Here's my dilemma. I'm not going to have this kind of time next time, because if I start at 3:30, again, daylight saving time catches up by next Sunday for me, which means I'm going to have an hour less. So I'm only half an hour behind right now if I were to do the investigation. Fuck it, we're doing it. Gang, it's happening. We may, depending on how we get to, we may have to stop after the investigation before the reveal. We'll see how we're feeling when we get there, but I'm going to plow forward. I'm very eager about this. And as much as I want to keep this close together, I'll do a comprehensive recap. I'll write a comprehensive recap of all the clues and everything like that if I need to. I want to keep going. I don't want to stop now. I want to go. And since I have an easy 2 hours in me before I need to go to sleep, I want to do this right. Are you with me? Actually, this is another that said that with a great amount of gusto. Is anyone actually going to stick around that long? Because I don't want to do this if I'm just like talking to myself. Because the whole point is to get the feedback and to get people who are like, yes, let me give my input and let me say if that made sense or not. So, I'll take a pause on my gusto-filled speech. Where did I put my water bottle? Oh. I need to retrieve, Griffin, wonderful to know. I need to retrieve my water bottle as you answer that question, so I'll be right there. Water bottle retrieved. All right, well, 2's enough for me. I kind of just want to go. I kind of want to do it. If you are invested in this and have to go, there will be a VOD to catch up. But this is something that, like, yeah, I don't get enough. Excellent. Hill, appreciate knowing you're here. We're going to get into it. I'm nervous about Act 2, and I don't want to wait another 2 weeks to do it. Especially because 2 weeks I may not even be able to do this 2 weeks from now because I may not have that night to myself. So, because it might be, and then after that, I'm hiking Scotland. So, since it's going to be another potentially month till I do this again, I will power through. We're doing all of Act 2 tonight. Everyone buckle your pants. Let's go. It's a reference to Battle Block Theater. Buckle your pants. Okay, here we go. So no more downtime scenes. We are going to move on to the next thing that happens after the second downtime. We see Penny tossing and turning in her bed. More trouble sleeping, my lady? Yeah. Would it help if I receded from your thoughts? I doubt it. I've gotten so used to having you there. The silence when you're gone is actually eerie. Well, I'm flattered. It's so quiet. It's always so quiet here. And there could be someone out there plotting and scheming. If the priestess were to die, the priestess is safe, my lady. Besides, I'm certain you shall soon be selected for watch. And you can see to it personally. Yeah. Or... My lady? Screen fades, shuffling, footsteps, door opens, more footsteps. I'll just have a quick look. Make sure everything's okay. Screen shifts. We see Penny, like, looking down from the upward angle. We see, because the houses are on the 4th floor, the front of the temple. Nyron and Xeris are standing guard near the front of the temple, each keeping vigilant watch. A guard is present too, standing between them. At least they can keep each other company. It is quite fitting. The nobility should take watch as well, my lady. Pretty much everyone here has survived the outside world. They're all more than capable. Indeed. Are you satisfied, my lady? Yeah. Is something else troubling you? No, I'm all right. I should get some sleep. I heartily agree. Screen fades again. More flashes, more dreams. Various flashes. And then Penny wakes up with a sharp gasp. My lady, what is the matter? More dreams, I guess. I feel sick. Goodness, what sort of illness has overtaken you? I don't know, No, this is wrong. Something's wrong. Inhale and exhale, my lady. Take things slowly and... Frantic footsteps. Hup! Or with more haste and gusto. Away to adventure! The screen fades up. We see the same upward angle of the balcony, but it's a pleasant sunrise. Oh, it's not a pleasant... Is it a pleasant sunrise? Is it sunrise or does this happen at night? I'm going to say sunrise for now. I think it's supposed to happen tonight. No, we're going to say this is a night mystery, baby. The same upward angle of the balcony, but nobody's there. Xeris and Nyron are gone, and the guard lies face down in a pool of his own blood. No. My lady, Magic sound effects. Everybody wake up! Get to the temple right away! As Penny does the booming voice thing again. We hear Penny leap down, transition out to the temple, run, doors fly open, and... What the... We see the temple as we always have, with several distinct differences. First, Nyron and Xeris are there, both looking bewildered and alarmed, weapons drawn and ready. Second, the priestess is nowhere to be seen. What did you do? Xeris. Wait, Nyron. We didn't... Grunt. Halt and state your... What? Screen fades and the music strikes a dire chord. When the screen comes back up, everyone has arrived except for Olive. David. Nyron. Xeris. Rogo. The Lord and Lady of Merryroot have, kidnapped the priestess! Nyron. No, we're not. Joffrey. Oh, this ought to be good. Hey, Nyron, we gonna revisit the "you're obviously deflecting blame" act again? Belle. Where is she? Where is the priestess? Zyla. You certainly have some explaining to do. Edgar. Everyone, enough! Lord Xeris, Lady Nyron. What happened here? Nyron. Xeris. I don't know. You don't know? The priestess is missing, and the best you can do is... Nyron. We don't know. Something came over us, and the next thing we knew, we were here. Something must have happened to our memories. I don't even recall drawing my, bow? Dagger? Bow. He would have his bow out. That's his main weapon. Cal. You don't honestly expect us to believe that, Poppycock, do you? Nyron. We need to examine this rationally. First and foremost, we must find the priestess. Yeah, easy for you to say. You were the ones who... Xeris. Oh, let up on her for once, Joffrey. We're in this together. Are we? Because it looks to me like... Penny, shut up! Dots everywhere. Joffrey. Penny. We're getting nowhere by pointing fingers and yelling. Nyron, you're right. We need to find the priestess. But you have to understand why we don't trust you right now. Nyron. Yes, but nothing. If you're lying, we can't trust you. And if you're telling the truth, then the gaps in your memory are too risky. Anything could have happened in that time. Until we know what happened to you two and the priestess, we need you somewhere you can't interfere. Please tell me you understand. Yes, of course. Xeris. Yeah, got it. Penny. Grunt. Takes him to the gaping prison. Grunt. Yes, of course. Footsteps growing distant. Grunt. Lord Xeris, Lady Nyron, you are under arrest for... Xeris. Stuff it, Captain. Nyron. We're being held as a formality. We're not criminals. Joffrey. Hey, I know this is dire, but I just want you to know that you're cool as hell when you put on your adventure detective hat. I did find a way to work the old title into the thing. Penny. Now really isn't the time. Everyone spread out. Look for clues. Anything we can use to tell us what happened here. And whoever finds Arya, make some noise. Let us know. We have to get her back to the temple immediately. Zyla. If I could address the elephant in the room, love. The priestess isn't here. Doesn't that mean she's no longer meditating? What do we do about the sanctuary? Penny. It's not visible anyway. It's been years since monsters have made a pass at it. For now, we just need to hope nothing notices that we're all vulnerable until we can get Arya back. Edgar. It might not hurt to at least post some guards around the roots of the tree to call out if they see anything coming towards us. Yeah. Can you go pass that on to Grunt? On it. He goes. Bell. What are you going to do? What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Act 2, pulling the strings. Investigation, start. And that is where it begins. Yeah, we're chugging. Guys, this is the long haul. Brace yourselves. We are going to go. I'm going to try to take as few breaks as possible. I'm not going to do any, like, hey, what do you guys want to do next? Kind of, I'm not going to, like, leave things to you. I'm just going to read it in order. That said, there is a lot this time of finding a clue and talking to people about that clue. So there may be some times that we need to revisit conversations, and we're just going to do the best we can with it. Please let me know if you're like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense, or hey, wait, does this clue mean this? Like, throw theories at me, throw questions at me. If something doesn't track, if something's like, I would never figure that out, I am more nervous about this act than anything else in the game. So be real with me. Why do I need to burp 4 million times? Okay. Eli and Penny start out. My deepest apologies, my lady. Had I perhaps insisted we stay and watch the Lord and Lady for longer, we... Oh, stop it. Like you said, we're not responsible for the actions of others. I would have stayed out if I wanted to. Very well. Then I suppose the investigation begins anew, Yeah. Let's get to it. All right. So, you check the map if you want. You find that Joffrey and Cal have stayed in the temple. Annabelle and Rogo are in Zyla's shop. Olive is at home. Nyron, Xeris, and Miles are in the gaping prison, of course. Grunt is outside the barracks. Zyla is in the tavern. Edgar is in the residential area, and David is up on the treetops, a new area we have not seen yet. Lots of them moving about. I'm not too worried about where they're moving to. I'm not like it'll say where, but I'm not going to refresh this list every time. It's not important for this medium. And if anyone can and is feeling a little interactive, after 2 questionings are finished, remind me if I forget, there is a special bit of dialogue that triggers after the first 2 people you talk to, regardless of who it is. Okay, so let's start with... Let's look around the temple. You can examine Arya's gift, which we can now see. It's a little toy. It's one of those Japanese wibbly-wobblies that if you push it, it gets back up immediately. And Penny describes it. She says, I found this little toy in the ruins of a big city. Everything had fallen down except for this. It stays balanced no matter where you set it down. It's a constant, and it gets back up no matter how many times it's knocked over. I'll leave it here for when she gets back. Fun fact that is never said in the game, but I want to share with you guys. Um, that gift was originally meant for Miles, because she knows the priestess wouldn't actually like appreciate a gift, but Penny didn't obviously after she convicted Miles, didn't want to give her a gift, and so she repurposed the gift to the priestess. But that is what she thought of Miles when she first met her, of someone who's very stable, and who managed to keep straight a positive face in the face of adversity. Which again is never talked to, but it's subtext if you think about it. Like, hey, she would have had a gift for Miles. That was the gift for Miles. Moving on. Other things to examine on the thank you. Yeah, it's never said. It might be like in a little like side thing like that talked about out of game. But other things to notice in the temple: there are 2 red splatters of red on the ground, which you can examine. What's this? It looks like blood, but thicker. Curious. I feel confident that there's not enough blood present to be indicative of a fatal wound, even if it were blood. Yeah, but it's definitely significant. Acquired clue, red splatter. Boy, guys, there's so many clues in this mystery, so I'm so sorry if I lose track of them myself. Having a game system to do this for you is going to be pivotal. Let's talk to Cal, because he's right here. Have you found anything yet, Cal? Nothing doing. This place is clean as a whistle. Well, except in those 2 little dots of blood over there. Yeah, I saw those. Well, la-dee-da. Of course, different dialogue if you have not looked at them yet. And you can talk. The options you have to talk to him about are alibi, suspicious activity, hidden places. Oh, that requires a clue. We don't have that yet. Hidden places is... I'm just going to do this now, actually, because it's going to make it easier for time's sake. But after the 2 conversations I was talking about, Penny says... I don't want to say that because that is a little bit of a... no, it's fine. With so many people sleeping at the time of the incident, it's going to be hard to tell who's lying based on mixed information. I might be better off searching through hidden places, anywhere the culprit could have somehow moved the priestess. If we can find Arya, the rest of the pieces should fall into place. And then it's acquired clue, hidden places, and then you can start asking people about that. So it just comes up after any 2 conversations. So I'm going to keep it going as if that is that for now. It's going to save time. Alibi. Where were you last night? Sleeping. Where was I supposed to be? What time did you go to bed? I don't know. Sometime a little after sunset? All right. Acquired alibi. Count it up. Suspicious activity. Ooh, hang on. Making edits as I go. Did you notice anything suspicious going on in the last couple of days? I think that Joffrey's up to no good. You always think Joffrey's up to no good. Yep, and as of yet, ain't nobody been able to prove me wrong about him. Anything else? Not I can think of, no. Hidden places. Cal, I know you're new in town, but do you know anywhere secret that nobody goes, or you go to be alone? Oh, yeah. I know the place. It's a real suspicious one for sure. Let me guess. The room in the back of Joffrey's House of Horrors. Yeah, I could have seen that coming. Anywhere else? I mean, plenty of empty houses up in the residential area. If that does you anything, I'll check them out just to be safe. Acquired clue, Joffrey's back room. Acquired clue, empty houses. And then I think that's all for now. I don't think there's anything else to talk to him about for now. Good luck! Let's talk to Joffrey. Currently, we can talk to him about alibi, suspicious activity, missing memories, hidden places. I think it's... Oh, and Joffrey's back room. We just got that clue. I think that's it for now. Temple seems clear, except for those little splotches of goo. Yeah, it's eerie. I've never seen this place without the priestess before. So, what's up, boss lady? And we'll start with alibi. Where were you last night? At home, kicking it. Eventually sleeping. You know how I do. What with the whole 8 hours of scheduled unconsciousness? I was hoping you were having a late night stroll. Maybe heard something. You'd have been the first to know, bud. Acquired alibi, Joffrey, and also trust up, because this is a trust-based conversation. Suspicious activity. Did you notice anything suspicious in the last few days? I mean, everyone's been a bit on edge since we found out there's still a killer out there, but nothing really otherwise, no. And I was on watch the first night, so I'd have picked up on anything funky for sure. All right, thanks. Who were you on watch with again? Zyla's little helper, the Annabelle girl. Bit of an oddball, that one. You're one to talk. Uh, you're one to talk. Thanks for the help. Acquired clue, first watch. Trust up. Hidden places. So, level with me, Joffrey. Are there any hidden or secret places in town that someone might be able to hide? I don't know, the priestess without anyone finding out? Oh, loads! This place is huge. Edgar's got his kitchen, the nobles have a whole manor, not to mention all the empty houses on the residential area. Nowhere else you can think of? No big secret doors that nobody's allowed through? Hey, I thought we were cool about that. You know my door is my business. Well, when there's someone missing, that could very well be everyone's business. Tread carefully, Penny. I wouldn't want this investigation to ruin our friendship. Trust down. And since we already have Joffrey's backroom, we don't get the clue. Missing memories. Xeris and Nyron say they don't remember what happened in the temple. Is there any magic out there to erase someone's memory? Oh, sure. But that's pretty evil stuff. Real dark wizard shit. Do you know how to do it? Yeah, once upon a dream I did. But I don't dance with the devil anymore. Haven't cast a memory wipe spell since the world ended. But you can. Yeah, and you can get off my back about it. Trust down. Acquired clue, dark magic. Is that all we talked to him about for now? No, there should be a Joffrey's back room clue, right? Where is it? Joffrey's back room. There it is. Since we're still talking to him in the temple, we get a Joffrey, hey, not here. I'll meet you at my shop later. Okay. Next, when you finish the conversation, he moves to his shop. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the in the shop version where he goes, Joffrey, I know we talked about this, but the clues are piling up against you this time. I think it's really important to know what you're keeping in the back room. Yeah, well, I think it's really important you step off. If it were as easy as telling you, I'd have done it already. Trust down. And that's all for now. Alrighty then. I'm running out of boring corners to search in here, so if you need me, I'll be in my store. Now, you may go back and talk to him again and think, I'll get him this time, we'll do all the trust ups. But that isn't enough. You do the 2 trust up options, and it's still, the trust vial is not full. So there's more that we have not yet managed to do, which we'll need to come back and talk to Joffrey about later. So we will swing back another time. That said, the game again does tell you which one is incomplete, and the one it tells you is incomplete is the Joffrey's back room. So the Joffrey's back room thing is the thing you need to get from him. You just don't have enough trust to do it yet. Moving on to the 3rd floor. You can examine the guard's body outside of the temple. We get a nice close up. We just kind of see, like, again, we don't care about the face of these guards. It's chin down, but we see nice throat cut straight across the neck. Gods, with Kite looking like an accident, it almost didn't register, but this is the real deal. Indeed, an expertly sliced throat. No signs of struggle, no other wounds. Whoever did this was a professional. I'm afraid that does little to trim the suspects, my lady. Most everyone in this town has expertly wielded a blade at one time or another. Yeah, though, if it was one of the 2 on watch, my money's on Xeris. It would be difficult to cut a throat with a broadsword, would it not? My thoughts exactly. We go back to the normal thing and acquire the clue, cleanly slit throat. Let's go to Xyla's shop. Rogo and Annabelle are here. Xyla's not here. So this is another bit of extra dialogue you get only if Xyla is not here the first time. If you examine, because basically Annabelle speaks for her. If you examine the door, you get, hey, you can't go in there. I'm investigating a missing person. I can go where I want. That's not how it works. Xyla told me to make sure nobody was allowed in. I'm sure she'd make an exception for me. As if. Go get her if you want to get in. I'm not letting you open that door. All right. Acquired clue, Xyla's back room. And we can examine the cage with Xyla not here. Cage snarls at you. Hey, watch it. That's dangerous. What is it? I just don't know. Xyla just says not to touch it. Come on, aren't you at least a little bit curious? No, I'm not. I'm not messing with it, and you shouldn't either. And then let's talk to Rogo first. Again, I'm just sort of going in order to keep this quick. Um, here we go. Here we go, Penny. Brace yourself. Hey, Rogo. Penny! Hello! I've been trying to figure out what these weird magic things do. That's great. Have you figured anything out yet? Yes! Really? What? Most of them smell funny! Oh, helpful. Then to herself, I get the feeling Rogo isn't going to be much help with this investigation. Um, and there's only one thing to ask, which is alibi, because you have to get that from everyone. Where were you last night? Asleep. When I'm sleeping is the only time my brain is finally quiet. That's all at once unhelpful, shocking, and incredibly sad. I'll try harder. Please don't. And then that's all for now. Thanks for your help. I helped. I helped. Okay, great. And then let's question Annabelle while we're here. Hey, Annabelle, found anything? No. Zyla told me to watch the shop while she investigates. Everything seems pretty normal here. All right, then. Alibi, suspicious activity, hidden places, missing memories. That's it. Where were you last night? Asleep in my room, up in the residential area. Got it. Don't suppose anyone can back that up? What, like some watching me while I sleep? No, I was wondering if... Never mind. Wondering what? If you had company over. Do I seem like a company type to you? Hey, everyone has friends here. I had to be sure. Acquired alibi, Annabelle. So yeah, this obviously at this point we've gotten the hidden places hint anyway. Suspicious activity. Did you notice anything suspicious or anyone acting strangely the past few days? Not really. Except? I was on watch with Joffrey 2 nights ago, and it was almost like he was talking constantly. Like he wanted my attention all night. I mean, he's a talkative guy. Maybe he was just doing it to keep you both awake? Maybe. It just felt odd. Well, it's worth looking into at least. Acquired clue, long conversation. And you would get first watch if you talk to her first. We already have that clip, so we're good. Hidden places. Do you know of any secret places in town or areas nobody ever seems to go? Not really. I don't spend much time around town, though. Mostly just here in my room. I see. Thanks. Missing memories. Nyron and Xeris claim their memories are missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? What? No, you actually believe that? Not necessarily, but I do need to explore every possibility. Well, I just don't know anything about that. That's not magic, you know? I only ever learned the basics of mental magic. It's complicated stuff. I didn't study it. Got it. Zyla's back room. Annabelle, I have to get into the back room. Not gonna happen. You want in? Just take it up with Zyla. This should only be here. That question should only be there as Zyla's not in the shop. And I think that's all to talk about with Annabelle. Okay. We can go to the fourth floor. When you show up on the fourth floor, that's nothing happens when you show up on the first floor. That happens in a minute. You can examine your house. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if someone hid the priestess in my house. Quite true. But are you sure you would not care for a slight bit of rest before continuing the investigation? Now really isn't the time for that. We have to move quickly. Very well. And if you... Where is Edgar questioning? Hello? I guess I wrote it in a different order, but all right, let's start with the treetops then. If you go to the treetops, you see David. David's up here looking at the starry night sky. Yeah, it's not sunrise. It's nighttime still. Stars always somehow look brighter from the city. That's enough stargazing. Time to get back to work. We just get like that video game slow pan up to the starry sky. You know what I'm talking about, right? And we can talk to David. Hey, David. What are you doing up here? Hi, Penny. I'm looking at the stars. They sure are beautiful, but shouldn't you be helping look for the priestess? I don't think it'd be much help, honestly. Everyone in town is really good at everything. They're all super talented and have all this cool magic. And after all this time, I still mess up before I remember you have to push the door to open. I still mess up before I remember that you have to push the door open to get into Edgar's tavern. You pull the door to get in. See? I have a hard time noticing things. I figured I'd leave it to everyone else. Well, you may still be able to help me out. Can I ask you a few questions? Yeah, of course. Thank you for the hydrate. Much needed. And I usually, there's always a different intro dialogue when you talk to someone a second time. Usually it's shorter and more boring. I do want to forgive you the second time you talk to David dialogue, because I actually really like it, which is, hey David, how are the stars? Nice and bright. Don't you wish you could go up and dance with them? I hadn't really thought of it, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a weird thing? Was that weird to say? No, I think it's sweet. But I had a few more questions, if that's okay. Of course. Sorry. I just like that bit. I think it's cute. Okay. You can talk to him about alibi, suspicious activity, missing memories, and I think that's it. We did get the clue. Because we got it from... Hang on, I have to check something before I say something out loud. Because when we talked to missing memories... Talk to Joffrey about missing memories. Yes, okay, we did get the clue dark magic. So we can... That does come up with David as a thing we can talk about. We don't talk... Do we talk about this? Annabelle? No, we do not. Okay, cool. That is not on her list. It is on David's list. So... Alibi. Where were you last night? I went to bed pretty early. I took the second night watch with Edgar, so I've been sleepy all day. Got it. I'm realizing there's something I may need to change. Where did I put that? Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm remembering a between mystery scene that's between second and third mystery. I'm like, what happened to it? It's wrong thing. Okay. I took the second night watch with Edgar, so I've been sleepy all day. Got it. Acquired alibi David, acquired clue second watch. Suspicious activity. This is an internal voiceover. David can't even tell when two people are flirting near him. I can't imagine he'd be able to pick up on suspicious activity. You don't actually talk about it. Missing memories. David, you have some magical knowledge, right? Do you know anything about people's memories going missing? Oh, I don't know. That's all dark magic. My magic comes from light and stuff. And stuff? Who really knows how holy magic works? I say nice words to a big creature I can't see in the sky, even though he's supposedly made of light, and I get magic spells to help people. I don't think that's how faith is supposed to work, David. Huh? Can you see the big light creature? Never mind. And then you would get the dark magic if you had not had the clue already. Dark magic. Do you know who in town might be able to use dark magic? Oh, sure. I have a spell for that. It lets me sense whenever someone has used dark magic before. What? Yeah, it lets me take my holy symbol and hold it close to someone, and if it glows red, it means they've used... Why are you looking at me like that? David, that is incredible. We can rule out suspects in the case this way. Huh? We can? Yes, if someone can't use dark magic, that means they can't be responsible for Arya going missing. I can help? Yeah, come with me. This is really going to help. Okay. Acquired clue, dark magic test. Now, tell me, guys, quick pause for anyone who's able to type right now. Does that seem like... Because, like, right now it feels like Penny is jumping on the bandwagon of believing Nyrin and Xeris. Is that too soon for her to jump on that bandwagon? Should she get more clues first? Should this, like... I don't want to make this mystery more complicated. See, that's what I'm thinking. Like, she does very quickly rule it out as... Because Joffrey said it's a dark magic thing only, and she immediately trusts that. I'm gonna highlight this because I don't want this to be harder to access, but I do want it to be a commented thing of like we can rule people out if Nyron and Xeris aren't lying at least. So I'm just gonna highlight this and come back and revisit this later. But I can't. This mystery is already complicated enough. I can't make it harder to get to the right answers. So you get dark magic test, and when you see that's all for now, you get. All right, let's get going. Keep your distance. I don't want anyone thinking we're up to something sinister. Just keep an eye on me, and I'll wave you over when it's time for your magic. Okay?
Okay.
And then we go back to the map, and we get a little line of dialogue of Inspector David is on the case. And then he, from there on out, that's a reasonable question, I think. If you can tell if someone's cast dark magic, I'm going to revisit that, Hillary. That might be a good way to... I don't know if I want to rule them out that easily. It is specified that you can only test if someone is cast, not if someone has had it cast on them. No, you're so good. I appreciate it. I will revisit that. I'm going to think about that one. And we'll ponder that if I need to simplify this case especially. Okay, moving on. Also, I noticed my viewer count is going up a little bit. So, gang, if you're here, hi, welcome, hello. Feel free to type. Recap's a little late now because we're now neck deep in mystery. But feel free to ask questions or type in exclamation point characters, figure out who's here. A lot of fun together. Okay, let's go to the town hall. And now we are adding, since we've acquired Dark Magic Test, that is now an option which will appear for everyone. So we will be revisiting other characters later and doing that. But there's other things we will revisit for, so we will do those all at once. So we're going to go through the initial conversations first. That's possible. I'll think on it. I'll think on that. I think that might actually wind up making it more complicated instead of less if we fail to distinguish those two, but I'll play with the idea. All right, so if you go to the storage closet in the town hall, could it be? Door creaks, and inside the closet we see, I knew it, brooms. We just see like a pile of brooms and like various other stuff. It's like a neatly folded like blanket on top of a barrel. Yeah, no, that's fair. Once we get to the resolve, you'll understand more. Someone should be a line explaining why, otherwise it feels like a pile. Yes, I dig that. It is... Absolutely, I agree. I don't know where to make a note of that, actually. I'm just going to make a little quick notepad for myself. Because there is a reason for it, and the reason, I think it's discussed at some point, but basically the reason is that using dark magic, like, it is a permanent mark. Like, it, actually, I think we just said it, didn't we? Hang on. No, we did not. Oh, it's later. It's later. I'm not going to say it then, because that is actually explained later. Moving on. Inspector David is on the case. We are now in the manor. You can try the door, but the door to the manor is not open, so you can't get in until you talk to Nyron and Xeris. So let's skip ahead to when you go to check out the residential area, which is where Edgar is listed. We get and Edgar appears. Hey there, sweetheart. Just finished combing the residential area. Even took a peek inside people's houses. I figured privacy takes a back seat finding the priestess, you know? You're welcome to double-check my work, of course. I may do just that. But first, got a minute to talk? I've always got time for you. And just really quick before I forget to come back here, once the conversation's done, you can make a pass on yourself, which updates the clue empty houses, which you're about to get, because you don't find anything there. That's the important thing is you don't find it. Okay, questioning Edgar. You can talk about alibi, suspicious activity, hidden places, and dark magic test, which isn't on this list for some reason.
Alibi. Where were you last night? I admit I was out pretty late cleaning up the tavern. Did I miss a party? No, I just got a little behind in my work. That watch schedule really... sorry. I was on watch the night before, so I didn't get to do my usual nightly cleaning. Got it. When did you finally get up to bed? Oh, gods. Must have been something like 2 in the morning. And Xeris and Nyren... were still on guard when you passed by? Yeah, looked pretty tired, but they were up and about. Huh. Alright. Acquired alibi Edgar, acquired alibi Nyren and Xeris, who share an alibi this time. Suspicious activity! Did you notice anything strange or anyone acting suspicious the past few days? No more than usual. Although I suppose our own lord and lady seemed a little out of it when I walked by last night. I just thought they were tired. What do you mean, out of it? They were staring off into space, heads kind of gently swiveling. I said goodnight, they each gave me a nod, nothing more. I asked if either of them wanted me to tap in to watch for a few hours. They shook their heads, so I moved on. But they didn't say anything, which was strange, I suppose. At least for Xeris. Huh. Yeah, that is strange. Acquired clue, out of it. Hidden places. Do you know anywhere in the town that someone could have hidden the priestess? Only here. That's why I went to check the residential area out earlier. I figured. You wouldn't mind if I checked the cellar and the kitchen of your tavern to be sure, right? Do what you have to do, sweetheart. I trust you. Acquired clue, tavern cellar. Acquired clue, Edgar's kitchen. And then dark magic test. David, come on over. Hello, my friend. Are you helping this lovely lady with the investigation? Yep. May I have your hand, please? I thought you'd never ask. Just a sec. Penny, aside to Edgar. Right over his head. It's adorable, honestly. Penny, look! Edgar? What? What does the ominous red glow mean? Penny, it means you've used dark magic at some point in the past. Oh, gods. How far back does this thing check? David? There isn't really a time limit, I don't think. Casting dark magic leaves a mark on people that never goes away. That's what we're checking for. That's the line I was talking about. I still think we can make it clearer, because I do want to clarify that you can't test when it's been cast on someone, but the idea is that it marks you when you cast it. It's like a kind of like a dark magic, like stain the soul kind of a thing. Anyway, Edgar. Well, that's awkward. Hey, no judgment. It's in the past, right? Far in the past. I'm sure it's not relevant to the investigation. This was just a way to knock a few names off the suspect list. I understand. Well, you'll have to clear my name the old-fashioned way. Don't worry. I will. Updated clue, dark magic test. They all update. It updates every time you do that. By the way, guys, and again, any theories you guys get as this goes along, feel free to drop them. I know this is a hard one to theorize until you get more information. That's all for now. Let me know if there's any other way I can help. I'll be in the tavern if you need me. Thanks. I'll see you around. And Edgar will be in the tavern from now on. Speaking of the tavern, let's do that. Since we've already gotten Edgar's permission to go in, we can now, let's do that. Let's do that first. Edgar, I'm going to head to the kitchen, all right? Sure. Why don't I come with you so I can confirm what should be there and what's out of place? Yeah, that'd be great. Shift to the kitchen. Immaculate as always. Still, couldn't hurt to take a look around. And we see a large, clean workspace. There's some cabinets, pots, pans, an extinguished wood fire, food stores, fruits and veggies, etc., etc. We can examine the oven, the juicer, the wood fire, or the assortment of knives. Each of these things can only be examined one time. So let's do it. Assortment of knives. How do you keep all of these so sharp? I used to keep a whetstone on hand, but Joffrey enchanted them a few years back. Cleanest cuts in the city, but if they leave the kitchen, they shatter. At least you know they won't be used as murder weapons. Oven. This is where you bake bread, right? Among other things. Looks good. Smells better. If I had your job, I'd be hungry all the time. I don't know how you could stand being in here all day. I don't understand how I ever bring myself to leave. Wood fire. Wait, how do you have a wood fire? The chimney only connects to the oven. Oh, the chimney is for show. Joffrey supplied me with smokeless charcoal years ago. Starts real easy, too. Crack two of those bad boys together and you've got a bonfire in seconds. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Well, Joffrey also got me a magic stone that extinguishes all nearby fires if it gets too hot. Joffrey really stocked you up, didn't he? That man likes his food. I can respect that.
Um, oh, Penny does absolutely let Edgar off too easy. She's biased. That's intentional. Um, it's she has a soft spot for Edgar, and she always has.
Oh,
That said, let's keep going. You can look at the juicer because there is a weird juicer thing. It's a magical thing, and this weird magical contraption is a juicer. Fruit goes in the top, juice comes out the bottom. It doesn't look as immaculate as the rest of the place. I have no idea how to clean that. I might need to. I'm gonna check this later. I'm gonna say it for now, but I might need to change it later. I thought this was Joffrey. Apparently, it's David. I bring David back once a week. He casts a quick disinfecting spell on it, and we're good to go. I see. Hey, what did you juice that was red? Red? Nothing. I mostly do apples and pears. We don't have a lot of other fruits growing around here. Then what's this? We get a close-up and we see a thick red fluid is sunk into the cracks of the juicer. That is unsightly to say the least. I don't know what that is, but it's not from any fruit I've juiced. That's probably not a good sign. No, I don't suppose it is. Acquired clue, juicer, acquired clue, red juice. Explaining that Penny, has a soft spot for Edgar? No, that's going to have to be subtext because that is fully, she wouldn't admit that she has a soft spot for Edgar. It's just clear, they've slept together, they have this kind of past romance. She has this clear connection and chemistry with him, and that tends to lead to trust, but I think we're going to leave that unspoken. I don't recall for sure. I think Edgar might come under the knife at some point. I think other people accuse him, and we do have to get to the bottom of it anyway, but I don't remember, so we're going to find out together. Oh boy, I'm going to have to pick up the pace here, though, because, oh boy, we got a lot of mystery to go. That's all in the kitchen. You can go into the cellar. I'm just going to skip ahead on this one. In the cellar, there's, barrels. There's a crate that's, covered with a big tarp that's full of, kitchen supplies. You check under it to make sure the priest isn't there. But there's nothing, special about any of this, and there's no clues gained from it. It's just, you have to check the cellar to be thorough. And now, Zyla's in the tavern, so let's talk to Zyla. Back at it again, love. Somebody's got to figure out this mystery. Have you found anything? Not yet, I'm afraid. If there's any way I can help, don't hesitate to ask. Unit about alibi, suspicious activity, hidden places, missing memories, Zyla's back room, and dark magic dust. So let's go. Where were you last night? Well, till about 11 I was finishing up with my cauldron, and then I went to bed shortly after that. What were you working on? A new batch of dewdrop potions. Dewdrop potions? Half a bottle can wipe out the stains from even the toughest sores. I thought Edgar might be able to use them for could use a little magical help in the kitchen. Can anyone confirm where you were? I'm afraid not. I gave Annabelle the night off, poor thing. Poor thing seemed all tuckered out. I see. Acquired alibi, Zyla. Suspicious activity. Have you noticed anything strange or someone doing anything suspicious in the last few days? I think everyone's been acting a little on edge since we found out there could still be a killer on the loose, but nobody particularly so, no. Hidden places. Do you know about any secret places that nobody else in the town would know? Well, nobody's allowed in Joffrey's back room, or in Edgar's I'm losing the ability to speak, guys. I hope I make it to the end. Nobody's allowed in Joffrey's back room, or in Edgar's kitchen, typically. Nobody's allowed in your back room either, if I recall. Well, Annabelle has been there. Annabelle has been back there on my request. Anywhere else? Not that I can think of, unless someone has been very secretly digging a tunnel at night. All right. Acquired clue. Edgar's kitchen. Well, we already had that one. So acquired clue. Zyla's back room is only the one needed for that list. No, we already had that one too. No clues acquired. Moving on. Missing memories. Nyron and Xeris claim that their memories are missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Oh dear. It sounds to me like someone's trying to displace the blame. Do you believe they're telling the truth? I can't write off the chance they might be. Well, it's certainly possible, but there's no such thing as a convenient amnesia potion, if that's what you're asking. It's more likely the work of someone with more active magical powers. I see. Thank you for your help. Um, that's it. Sorry. There's a lot of if this then that, and I'm trying to take stock of what it is. Xyla's back room. Xyla, I'll need to get to your back room for the sake of investigation. Well, I guess there's no getting around it. Not letting you in would be as good as admitting my own guilt. I'll meet you up there, love, to escort you in. You know, to make sure you don't break anything. Your faith in me is astounding. And then dark magic test. David, come on over. Ready for duty. Oh, this should be good. David has a spell that can detect if someone has used dark magic in the past, so, oh, love, I'll save you the trouble. I most certainly have. Oh, well, I mean, if you want, I can still... No, that's all right, David. Stand down. Aww. Xyla, care to elaborate? Xyla, what's to explain? Dark magic isn't strictly speaking evil. It's just a place where another type of power comes from. I'm a practiced witch. I've cast spells that require frog sacrifices, but things like that take very rare ingredients that I don't have access to anymore. Those days are long behind me, love. You sure you don't want me to test to be safe, Penny? I'm sure. Thanks for cooperating, Xyla. Of course. Best of luck. Updated clue dark magic test. That's all for now. Best of luck, love. And let's go talk to the big ones. I've specifically, in my writing, saved these for last, though of course you can go there earlier if you want, as we talk to Grunt, Xeris, Nyron, and Miles. Sorry, starting with Grunt. Captain. Penelope, I'm sorry I can't help more with the investigation, but keeping an eye on these three is more than enough help. But could I ask you some questions while you do? Of course! Alibi, suspicious activity, hidden places, dark magic test. That's all for now. Alibi. Where were you last night? I came by to check that Lord Xeris and Lady Nyron had taken up their positions on watch, and then I got myself a good night's rest. I'm at my sharpest with a full 9 hours of sleep. I see. Can anyone confirm that? No, I'm afraid. As ever, it would seem you have only my word. I tend to trust your word. Acquired clue, Grunt's alibi. Suspicious activity. Did you notice anything strange or anyone? I'm going to skip this dialogue. It's literally just an alternate version of the Out of It dialogue. If you get the same clue, he noticed the same thing. They were both sort of like, they didn't say anything and they were both sort of like swaying a little bit. Moving on. I'm going to start abridging a few little things here or there because I don't want to be up till midnight. Hidden places. Do you know of anywhere in town that someone could have hidden the priestess? Oh, gracious, I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea. Perhaps in their own home? Seldom do we visit one another's houses. A shame, really. Could be. Residential area clue. Captain, we've been drawing the names for... Oh, sorry, this is a new one. Helmet. I don't think... I said clue needed, but I don't actually think we do need the clue. Yep. We're just gonna put that on the list. Captain, we've been drawing the names from your helmet, right? That is correct. Could I see it for a moment? Certainly. We see Grunt without his helmet. Huh. What is it, Penelope? Everything looks fine. Still, it couldn't hurt to bring this to someone who knows a bit more about magic. I've got a feeling this was involved somehow. You may take it for as long as you need. Acquired clue, Grunt's helmet. And from here on out, Grunt is depicted without the fancy helmet that Penny gave him. Okay. Dark magic test. David! Captain Grunt, you'll forgive me for asking, but we need to do a test to see if you've cast any dark magic before. Oh, certainly. I hardly think we should be judging people on who have at one point cast dark magic, though. No, I agree, but it will help narrow down pieces of the investigation. Will it hurt? Not a bit. Are you sure? My skin is quite sensitive, and he's clear. You're all good, Captain. The anticipation is always the worst part. Updated clue, dark magic test. Red, no worries at all. I trust, again, I'm just sort of going at this point. It actually, as much as I love engaging with chat, I don't mind just going right now because, again, time is of the essence and we have a lot to get through still. That's all for now. I shall stand vigilant until you need me again, and then continue standing vigilant after that. And now let's talk to Xeris and Myron. When you talk to whichever one you talk to first, you get this dialogue, which is, "My lady, if you are going to question our good lord and lady, perhaps it would be best to undertake the endeavor with the two of them separated from each other." That's a good point. It might make it easier to check that their stories line up, too.
Indeed.
Hey, Captain.
Him. Yes.
You've been watching these three the whole investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they haven't been discussing anything relevant?
No, ma'am.
Good. I'd like to question them separately.
We only have the one cell. I'm not sure how...
Just let them out one at a time. We won't go far.
Are you quite sure?
I don't think either of them are going to do anything rash like make a run for it. You just watch the cell. I'll take care of the one I'm talking to.
Very well.
And then we can go to questioning of them. That happens once. Starting with Xeris. We cut to outside of Joffrey's store, which is the other side of this floor. We must be out of earshot by now. What do you want to know? Where to start? Options. Search. Missing memories. Offer a deal. Out of it. Juice. Noble's Manor. Dark magic test. Here we go. We're talking to the culprits. Or not the culprits, but the prime suspects at the very least. Did Grunt confiscate anything other than your weapons? No. And he missed about 3 hidden daggers that I have anyway. Why do you carry 3 hidden daggers? So that if someone asks me to put my weapons down, I can do so without being unarmed. ... Look, old habits die hard. What's your point? I'd like to do a quick search and make sure you're not hiding anything that could help us solve the case. Be my guest. Rummage, rummage, rummage. What's this? We see a pop-up of 2 potion bottles that we recognize. One empty, one full, with a clear liquid. I know this. This is a potion of invisibility, like the one Joffrey gave me before the adventure. Do you always carry these around? As if I'd need a potion if I wanted to disappear. I've spent decades hiding in the shadows. I've never drank one of these in my life. Then, what's it doing on your person, and why is one empty? I don't know. You won't mind if I take it then? Of course not. Trust up. And we got another trust-based conversation. Here we go. Acquired clue, invisibility potions. Missing memories. You say you don't remember what happened last night. Can you give me anything at all? Wish I could. What's the last thing you do remember? Nyron and I took watch, as the morning's drawing dictated. Not to say we weren't vigilant, but we're not the most talkative with each other. The silence got tiring, I suppose. One moment we're standing, fighting off drowsiness, and the next we're in the temple and the priestess is gone. She must have gone somewhere. I agree. And I too wish to know where. I don't like living in a city that could be stepped on by a world-killing monster at any moment. Trust up! Bloop. And then if you try to offer him a deal, what you can do, Xeris, look. We know you and Nyron were responsible for what happened. If you... Xeris cuts you off. Penelope Knifewit, I swear to every god left alive that if you try to prisoner's dilemma me right now, I will break out of prison and I will shit all over your bed. A little graphic, but point taken. If you do happen to try that more, he has different threats. He has like 4 different threats that he cycles through, which are, I will bury your shoes in the farmland. That does sound inconvenient. I will sabotage all your meals with too much salt. You are heartless. I will convince everybody in the city to call you Knifey. There are worse nicknames. I will remove every other shingle from the roof of your home. That seems like more effort on your part than inconvenience on mine. And then it just cycles through those. Not that I expect anyone to pick those multiple times, but it is there just in case. And then if you do all of them, you get... So if I do the prisoner's dilemma, you'll exact all of those threats and more. Okay, and then out of it. Some people who saw you last night said you were acting strangely, not speaking, seemed almost a little zombie-like. Perhaps a side effect of the... that's only if certain conditions are met. That hasn't been met yet. I almost slipped. Well, like I said, I don't remember much from last night, so I don't know what that was about. Sounds connected, if you ask me. I didn't ask you. Trust down. Juice. Uh, Edgar. Did he say this? Was this said? Tell me, hey guys, tell me if this was said, and if not, I need to fix that. Edgar says you drink fresh pear juice every night. Is that true? I fail to see how it's relevant to this investigation. When I was investigating the kitchen, I found something strange. Some sort of red liquid seeped into the cracks of the juicer. Red liquid? Like blood? No, I don't think so. Then what was... Wait! That's it! What's it? That's when I first started to feel off somehow. It was just after supper. Someone must have poisoned the juice. Poisoned the juice? It's the best I can figure right now. It's worth looking into. Okay. What's happening? This is so complicated. Noble's Manor. You can ask me the Noble's Manor. To conduct a full investigation, I'm gonna need to get into your manor. And then at this point you get the trust is not max bit of dialogue, which I'm gonna skip over. Basically, you find out you need to win his trust. I believe we can get trust max in this conversation, though. I think that's a thing we've already done, just without the trust downs. So I'm just gonna do it, and we're just gonna keep going. I really need access to the manor to prove your innocence, and then Olive is home alone. I'll check on them, make sure they're all right. I'm sure they're fine. It's just talk to them, Penny. For all their eccentricity, Olive notices an awful lot. Maybe they'll have some information you can use. I will. Thank you. Acquired Noble Key. Has that been your cheek? Has that been in? Has that been in the? Has that been in your cheek this entire time? Old habits, Penelope. And then we don't talk about that again. But he was hiding the key in his cheek. Dark magic test. David, come on over. Coming. What's all this then? A simple magical test. David's holy symbol will tell us if you've ever used dark magic before. That seems like it could be to my benefit. Go on then. We'll see. He's good. No traces of dark magic. Actually, this would be a great time to put in. Can you test if dark magic was used on him? Oh, sorry. That's not quite how it works. I tried. Thanks, Eris. Happy to help. Great. So now we just had that worked in there. Because why not? That's all for now. I'll see myself back to prison then, I suppose. And let's talk to Nyrin. That ought to be far enough. Right then, let's get this over with. Oh, are you noticing mistakes I made? Okay, cool. Nightly juice did not come up. Let me put that in my notes. It's something I need to do. I do need to figure out when that's supposed to come in and make sure it comes into play. Because it needs to be before that. That is a very important miss. Thank you, Red. I appreciate that. Search. Did Grunt confiscate anything other than your weapons? I have nothing else to confiscate. Then you won't mind if I search you, to be sure? Do what you must. Rummage, rummage, rummage. All right, thank you. Something tells me that was the easy part. Trust up. It's a trust conversation. Missing memories. Nyrin, do you really not remember anything from last night? I really don't. Fine. Suppose I trust that. What's the last thing you do remember? I was standing guard. I think Edgar must have said goodnight to us as he passed by, and then I was in the temple. That's all. Helpful. Acquired alibi, Nyrin. Do, 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 do. Sorry. There's things. Offer a deal, which, now, Nyron, I know you and Xeris are behind this. If you confess before he does, I may be able to get you off easier. I can't believe how low you would sink for your precious answers. We are not behind this, so I will not be confessing to anything. Worth a shot. Trust down. Out of it. Some people who saw you last night said you were acting strangely. Not speaking, seemed almost a little zombie-like. I was tired. That's your excuse? You were tired? Yes. Be suspicious of everyone. I'm obviously not going to tell you if that suspicion is warranted or not. That's your excuse? You were tired? Not everything has to be a long-winded story, Miss Knifewit. Sometimes a person just didn't sleep well. Right. Trust down. Juice. Yeah, I need to get this from Edgar, because it must be a separate clue or something. Oh, I'm wondering if it's juicer and then juice are two separate clues. I'll look into it. So we made us not have this clue yet. Edgar says you drink fresh pear juice every night. Is that true? How are my dietary habits important to your investigation? I think the contraption Edgar uses to get that juice may have been sabotaged in some way. Interesting. Well, yes, I do, in fact. Does that mean you can eliminate me as a suspect and let me out of my cage? It means I suspect somebody who knows that you and Xeris both have the same drink for dinner every night, and you are... It means I suspect someone who knows that you and Xeris both have the same drink for dinner every night, and you are one of those people. Trust down. Noble's Manor. Actually, I think it goes away if you already have the key from Xeris, so I'm not going to do this. Dark magic check. Or test, I guess. I wrote it wrong. David, come on over. Oh, God. So have you taken on an apprentice? Not exactly. We have a quick magical test we need to do. What kind of test? David's holy symbol is going to tell us if you've performed dark magic in the past. I see. Go on, then. Here goes. She's clear. That's good news. Thank you for your cooperation, Lady Nyron. Updated clue, dark magic test. I think I'm just going to leave the clarification on the Xeris one, since that needs to happen. You need to do it on everyone before the investigation ends anyway. I know, I'm also very fond of Edgar. I love the boy. I love most of these boys, though. I love pretty much everyone in this place. Some people you don't get to love as much as I do yet, because you haven't seen all of them yet, but we'll get there. That's all for now. Miss Knifewit, good luck. And let's talk to Miles, because we gotta. So, before you go any further, I'd like to make it clear that I will under no circumstances be helping you get to the bottom of this. I use that phrase too much. Be helping you with this investigation. Well, at least I don't have to waste my time. Considering that the last time I even thought about striking a deal, you were able to somehow extract information from my head, I thought I'd be extra cautious and get that out of the way now. Protecting the person behind us is so important to you that you won't even think about helping? Absolutely. I wouldn't want to get in the way of good, honest criminal work. You won't even give me a hint about your mysterious master? First letter of his name? I see what you're trying to do, and I respect the attempt. My lips are sealed. I'm afraid that unless you'd like to discuss Edgar's latest meal, I'll be withdrawing from this conversation now. You're still getting Edgar's meals? Isn't prison supposed to be unpleasant? Well, you don't see anyone else cooking, do you? But because David is in tow, oh, actually, we don't get that line. We get, I wouldn't want to get in the way of good, honest criminal work. Well, I admire your conviction, at least. Still, there is one thing we're going to need from you, whether you like it or not. Oh, are we going to try torture now? I'd wondered if anyone here had the stomach for it. Not exactly. If you would be so kind, please step forward to the cell bars. No, thank you. I don't know what your play is, but as I said, I won't be doing anything to forward. Clang! The screen shifts, we hear the sound of metal on bone, and we see a delightful little splash image of Lady Nyron having armbar, like twisted Miles' arm behind her back and slammed her into the bars, kind of like hand on head. So we see her like face pressed between the bars a little bit. She gets an ow! Xeris watches on amused in the background, and David looks mildly terrified in the background with his holy symbol. Nyrin, oh, come now. Didn't living in the outside world your entire life toughen you up at all? Oh, don't mistake my exclamation for disappointment. I'm rather delighted to see you taking this so seriously. Penny, please do whatever it is you need to do quickly. On it. David? Yeah. Footsteps. Nothing. All clear. Well, we had to try. Screen shifts to a slightly frazzled Miles. I'm sorry. What was being tried? Did you think I was being possessed? I'm not at liberty to discuss that. Updated clue, dark magic test. So I've been making posts on Facebook about this as I go, and that was the bit I had written just before I made the Facebook post of, wow, there's a lot of gay sexual tension in this murder mystery. Picturing Nyrin with Miles like pressing the face up to the bars, I'm just like, some people are gonna feel a way about that, and I'm okay with that. And then let's check out some other clues that we have, because we've questioned everyone now, though of course we still have things to follow up with people. Wait, no, there's one more thing we can do with Nyrin now. Because there was trust ups and trust downs. Nothing came of anything, but I believe it is... Yeah, sorry, I missed this. It's actually not a trust up game with Nyrin, as we know from earlier on. Trust down is sometimes the game. In this case, you need to get her trust to minimum. If you get trust to minimum and ask about... Fuck, where is it? Hang on. Missing memories. Nyrin, you've got to remember more than what you told me. And that's no matter what you ask that. But if trust is minimum when you ask that... Fuck me. Huh? Look, I'm going to tell you something. But I need you to promise that you're going to dig, and I mean really dig, to find the truth. What do you think I've been doing? I know how this is going to sound, and I want to be sure. Nyrin, there's no walking this back now. If you don't say it, it's basically admitting guilt, and I really want to believe you're not behind this. Tell me. I do have foggy memories of what happened, but they're all mixed up, and I don't think they're mine. Not your memories, not my actions. At some point last night, I started to get dizzy, and from there it all becomes a blur, but I think I started doing things that I couldn't control. So not only are you claiming not to remember exactly what happened, but you expect me to believe that someone forced you to do it through some sort of magical mind control? Yes, that is what I expect you to believe. Okay, then let's get digging. Acquired clue, mind control. And that is the first, big thing. Now we can go back to Xeris and talk about mind control, because let's talk about mind control. Because of course you would. So missing memories now changes to mind control and pretty much all dialogue options. So what do you know about mind control? Nyrin cracked, huh? Xeris, why wouldn't you tell us about this in the first place? Because, Penelope, you know what's more suspicious than standing over the scene of a crime you didn't commit with no alibi? Blaming some magical mind-warping power as soon as the people of the city come barging in. Nobody would have believed us. Besides, it's not like we were lying about the memory thing. Well, not completely. Things are foggy. Everything that happened last night was a blur. Felt more like a dream than reality. Well, let's say, hypothetically, I believe you. What do you remember? I don't... If it were that simple, I would have just told you, but... We left our post. Or, I did. I don't know what Nyrin did. I remember I broke into somewhere. I remember forcing the door. And then I came right back, but I drew my knife, and I must have used it, but I don't remember why. Then I drank something, I think maybe a potion, walked inside the temple. And then what? Then nothing. That's it. What about the priestess? She was gone by the time I got there. And you're sure this is what happened? Honestly, no, not at all. Like I said, everything felt like a dream. Well, it's a start. Acquired clue, pieces of the puzzle, Xeris. From here, so there's a bit in this mystery when you go to those clues of putting together the facts of like the order of operations you did things, and Penny basically says like, oh, I need to combine clues with this to figure out what happened. We'll get to that a little later. God, there's so much in this one. It really is a lot more solving you have to do. And of course, you can talk to Nyron about the mind control as well. And that is interesting. Did he break into Joffrey's back door? Guess we'll find out, won't we? Mind control for Nyron is, you said you have some foggy memories of what happened while you were being controlled. What were those memories? I wish I could be more helpful, but I remember losing my sense of focus at some point last night. After that, I took up my watch with Xeris. I think a few people said something to us at some point, but I don't remember who or what. Then Xeris left his post for a while, and I drank something. Something I had on me already. When Xeris got back, I went inside the temple, drew my sword, and? That's it. That's it? Yes. There was some sort of flash of light. It must have snapped me out of it. The next thing I know, the whole town is there, and I'm struggling to find words that won't make me sound as guilty as I knew I looked. But what happened to the priestess? I don't know. She was there when I got into the temple, then moments later something happened and she was gone. I see why you wouldn't have told this to anyone. It is pretty hard to believe. Penelope, you promised... I know. If this is true, I'll figure out how to prove it. I'll get to the bottom of this. Thank you. Acquired clue, pieces of the puzzle, Nyron. Now you can start assembling like their whole order of operations of things. I'm going to need a break soon, but I want to get through... There's a point I want to get to, and you'll know what it is when I get there. Let's go to the first floor, where you can find some broken glass near where Kite died. Eli, check it out. This does seem to be a prime location for clues. Well, it stands to reason that anything that fell from outside of the temple would have landed here. Do you believe it to be related to the case? I have a hard time believing it's not. Let's take a few of the bigger pieces. Maybe we'll be able to figure out where they came from. Indubitably! Acquired clue, broken glass. Excuse me. Okay. Let's go examine Xyla's back room, which we have permission to do now. Xyla has a line about letting you in. Sorry about the mess, love. There's a reason I don't often allow guests back here. We see piles of mushrooms and plants, jars full of everything, just like all sorts of like robes hanging on a rack, and an old rusty cauldron. Examining mushrooms and plants gives you, what is all this stuff? Ingredients for potions. Where did you get all of it? Well, the beautiful thing about fungi is that it will grow just about anywhere, specifically on old dead wood. I brought a few specimens with me from the outside world, and I've been propagating them ever since. I see. Examining jars full of everything. If I spend any time trying to figure out what's in these jars, I'll never be able to finish the investigation. That's it. Examining robes on a rack, a bunch of different robes. They all look almost entirely identical. Examining the rusty cauldron. We see a close-up. The cauldron is squeaky clean on the inside. What do you need 2 cauldrons for? Gods, what don't I need 2 cauldrons for? This one is older, but I use it for more experimental brews that could damage my main cauldron out in the store. Or when I have too many projects going on at once. The outside looks a mess. Why is it so pristine on the inside? You'll remember I was making dewdrop potions last night, yes? Well, Annabelle was cooking up something in the main cauldron, so I decided to do those back here. A beautiful side effect of brewing dewdrops is that the cauldron itself comes clean as a whistle. I see. Last night, you said? Till about 11, then I turned in. Can anyone confirm that? I'm afraid not. Annabelle left before I did. I thought you said she was working on something of her own. Love, I couldn't count the number of times we keep a cauldron on simmer overnight on 2 hands. Patiently. I couldn't count on 2... I'm going to rephrase, this is awkward. On 2 hands. Love, I couldn't count on 2 hands the number of times we keep a cauldron on simmer overnight. Potions are a patient business. Got it. Thanks for the information. Alibi acquired or updated? No, just acquired if we ought to have it. Xyla, clue acquired, clean cauldron, and clue acquired... Why did I say clue acquired? It's always acquired clue. It's wrong. Wrong order. I'm picky. Acquired clue, clean cauldron. Acquired clue, Annabelle's brew. Are you satisfied, love? Yeah, no sign of the priestess. Thanks for your help. My pleasure. And we go out into the store again. Okay. And I think there's from there you can do some clue combinations to get a few extra things, which I think I'm going to go through really quick. There's so many clues. For instance, you can combine the invisibility potions with the broken glass. There are a few other like attempted combinations that lead you to that, like clue you in that direction. If you do so, we see a close-up of Penny looking at the shard of broken glass with a drop of liquid on it. We see her put her finger on the liquid, and her finger begins to turn ethereal. I knew it. Scream returns. I want to hear your theory. Absolutely. Tell me the theories. Lay it on me. I'm going to keep reading, but tell me the theory. A clever deduction, my lady. That means there was at least one more potion of invisibility in play, and it was either discarded or consumed. Could that perhaps explain why nobody has been able to locate the priestess? I doubt it. These things only last for a while. If Arya had drank one of these, she would have reappeared by now. I see. Well, the investigation continues. Acquired clue, 3 invisibility potions. And you can combine red juice with red splatters, which is what gives you... Oh, it's just another way to get the poisoned juice clue, if you did not get that from Xeris. You can combine poisoned juice with mind control, no, there's another clue we don't have yet you can combine it with, but we'll just do mind control because we do have that right now. And you go, magic can be infused into liquid. It's the whole basis behind potions. What if instead of a spell, it was the... I appreciate the theory, Dad. That was just debunked by the fact that they don't last that long, but I do like the theory. I'm sorry that is not true because I want you to be right. But unfortunately, if it's not impossible, but it's not with an invisibility potion. That is not a thing there. Magic can be infused into liquid. That's the whole basis behind potions. What if instead of a spell, it was a poison that Xeris and Nyren drank that was controlling them? Interesting. But how would one control the actions of poisoned individuals? I don't know, but it's the only thing that makes sense for a potion that did a poison that didn't kill them. Acquired clue: mind control poison. And then you can combine the various things with the pieces of the puzzle to get a full story of what happened. I'm gonna make this faster because again we'll be here all day if I don't. But you can combine cleanly slit throat with Xeris' one to find out that he slit the throat of the guard. You can combine invisibility potions or broken glass with pieces of the puzzle Nyren to show that that's the liquid she drank in her puzzle and then threw the potion over the edge because she had nowhere on her person to hide the potion bottle, so she had to get rid of it. We can combine and then there's a couple of other things, but I don't remember what they are right now. We'll come back to the full thing later. You do get pieces of the puzzle just from talking to people. Some of them were actually unlocked already in secret before the pieces of the puzzle thing came up, and you can see like the list. Penny keeps notes on what they are. I'm trying to see if we can actually get the final clues yet. If you do poisoned juice, you get one. No, we can't get them all yet. Okay, so I'm going to hold off. There's some clues we do not yet have. So let's go up. We need to talk to Olive still. Let's do the Olive conversation because we do have that one now. I forgot we didn't do that conversation yet. Whew. You see what I mean about this one being a lot? Like, there's a lot going on in this investigation. And it will be so much easier when you have a sheet that tells you, here's the clues you found. So once you get into examining the manor door, we basically see screen fades into black and we hear Penny saying, not finding anything hidden here, implying in the manor. Perhaps we should take the good Lord Xeris' advice and speak with young Olive? Yeah. And then Hey, Olive, are you there? Door opens a crack. We see Olive. What? Hey, Olive, do you know what's going on out there? No. I'm gonna change to hi. I don't hey twice. Oh, well, I don't want to scare you, but someone else died. No, no, we don't know yet, I guess. But the priestess is missing. Oh, okay. And it seems like your mom and dad might be responsible for it. I doubt it. Would it be alright if I asked you a few questions? Whatever. And then we get to questioning Olive. I think we have everything we need. Yeah, we have all the different clues for Olive. So, where were you last night? Oh, sorry. Were you here all last night? Yeah. Were you scared being alone with Xeris and Nyron both on watch? No. You're very brave. ... Internally. They're as talkative as ever, I see. Trust up. Acquired alibi Olive. Nyron and Xeris is a conversation topic. Did you notice Nyron and Xeris acting strangely in the past few days? Yes. How so? They were stupid and slow all night last night. Stupid and slow? What do you mean? Whenever they were home, they'd walk around really slowly, and they didn't check on me before bed. At least Xeris usually comes in to say goodnight. I see. I don't care. I don't need to be tucked in or anything. But it was weird. Do you know what was wrong with them? I don't know. I thought maybe they were drunk. Do they get drunk often? No. Okay, well, that's very helpful. Thank you, Olive. Trust up. Updated clue. Out of it. This gives you some more information. Hidden places. Do you know about any secret places that nobody else in town would know? No. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, well, except for my room. Nobody ever comes in my room. May I come in? Fine. Door opens and we see a full view of Olive's room. This time it comes into focus. We actually get to see the inside of the room for the first time. We get to see drawings of all sorts of things, but I'm not going to go into what they are. But just like lots of, though there is one with a picture of Grunt that says "stupid" under it, and some other like stick figure drawings of people in the town. I just thought it was funny because we already know she doesn't like Grunt for the first mystery. Wow, did you do all these drawings yourself? Yes. You're very creative. Have you ever shown these to anyone? No. Why not? It doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me. I think they're very good. Don't you have a mystery to be solving or something? All right, I got it. Thanks, Olive. Your room seems fine. Trust up. Invisibility potions. Xeris had an invisibility potion. You don't know where he got that, do you? He probably stole it. Huh? He's really good at taking things. He says he doesn't do it anymore, but I know he can. Have you seen him taking anything before? No, but he has a whole set of picks on a ring, which you can use to open locks. Interesting. Thank you for telling me. Acquired clue, lockpicks. Trust up. Every option with Olive does a trust up, except for dark magic test. If you try dark magic test, you get an internal. If Olive has used dark magic, I'll eat my own head. I'm not doing anything to make her like me make them like me any less. I can't believe I misgendered Olive. To make them like me any less. Updated clue, dark magic test. It's just assumed you do not test on Olive. Think of Penny what you will. She's not doing that. That's all for now. Now, because you've talked to everything, talked to Olive about everything, you get some extra dialogue. Excuse me. Well, thank you for your help, Olive. It was nice to see you. Wait. Can you stay and talk to me for a minute? Of course. What do you want to talk about? The outside world. Oh, sure. What do you want to know? What was it like? What was really out there? Oh, it was wild. My very first day, I fought all these big, shadowy dogs that could breathe fire. Every turn I took, there were more monsters, but how did you sleep? Huh? If there were monsters everywhere, how did you get any sleep? Well, I'd clear all the monsters from an area out, and Eli would keep watch at night, since he doesn't need sleep. Who's Eli? My magic dagger, see? Whew, Eli floats into air. He can only talk to someone he's connected with, but he kept me good company. So where are all the monsters you killed? Still out there, I'd imagine? Sometimes they'll get eaten by other... You didn't bring any bodies back or anything? No, I didn't. Why would I have brought back a monster's body? I want to see it. Well, next time I go, I guess I could try to bring one back. Forget it. Go away. Olive, if I'd known you wanted... I thought you would be different. Different? From who? It doesn't matter. He said go away. Now go away. Olive. We hear the door slam. Footsteps. They're a weird kid. wish I knew what went on inside their head. Would you like me to connect with them so that I may find out? No, that's probably not a great idea. Besides, I think Olive will want to... I don't think that Olive will want to talk to me again anytime soon. And that's that. We got our lockpicks clue. We talked to Olive, and that is that. I'm not ready to be done with this yet. There's one more thing I want to do before I take a quick bathroom break. Let's do a quick pass through everyone and see what new things we can discuss now that we've gathered many more clues. I'm going to save Joffrey for last. For Annabelle, we can now talk about mind control. Nyron and Xeris claim they're under the influence of mind control. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Oh, it's literally a repeat of the missing memories conversation, just about mind control instead. It's still like dark magic. It's complicated stuff. Invisibility potions. It seems fairly likely that invisibility potions were involved in last night's incident. What? You think I'm to blame because I work for a potion shop? No, but I think you might have valuable information. Do you know if Zyla brewed any invisibility potions recently? She's always brewing something. I don't know what half of it is. I just stock the shelves mostly. I see. Speaking of shelves, what is in that cage? I don't know. Haven't you ever wondered? Of course I have, but what? Nothing. Now, if this is done before Zyla gets back to the store, you get a clue called Annabelle's Curiosity. And I will go ahead and pretend we did that to give you guys the extra dialogue that not everyone always gets. Another little Easter egg. But first, Annabelle's brew, another clue we have. Zyla said you were working on something in the main cauldron last night. What was it? Just a new potion I've been trying to perfect. It's supposed to be called Ghost Form Potion, to let whoever drinks it walk through walls, but I've been trying to get it right for days now, and it's never worked. I'm sorry to hear that. You don't believe me, do you? I never said that. Updated clue, Annabelle's brew. Dark magic test. David, come on over. What's going on? Just a quick test for the investigation. Hold out your hand, please. Why? What are you going to do? You'll see. We've got a glow! Annabelle, have you ever used dark magic? What? Of course I have. It was part of my training. You were trained in dark magic? No! But at my academy, we had to learn the basics of it so I could identify it in the field. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. Updated clue, dark magic test. Then that's it. That's all the extra stuff for Annabelle. I don't think there's anything new else we can get for David. We already did Olive. We can do invisibility potions for Edgar now. So let's go do that really quick. The only thing we get from that is that he doesn't know anything about that, but he does know that Joffrey does stock invisibility potions, so he mentions that as well. And let's talk to Zyla about mind control and invisibility potions and Grunt's helmet, which is now a thing we can do. And Annabelle's brew. Okay, there's a lot to talk about Zyla again. You guys see what I'm talking about at this mystery? I don't know if it's too much, and I don't know if it will be not as much when it's not just me talking at people. It might not feel as much, especially because it's like, oh, we've done this clue already. This clue gets unhighlighted because it's already been discussed. So like there are guides and help to it, but it feels like a lot to me. Talking to Zyla about mind control. Nyron and Xeris claim that they were under the influence of mind control. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? And then it repeats the ODR sounds like someone trying to display the blame. Well, it sounds desperate to me, but it is possible to control one's mind. It takes an awful lot of magic and concentration, though. If anyone were casting a spell like that, it would be very obvious just from looking at them. I see. Thank you for your help. Acquired clue, focused control. And then... it seems fairly likely that invisibility potions were involved in last night's incident. And... Zyla, you're the only one in town who brews any kinds of potions. I don't just keep every old potion on hand. Though, Joffrey does. Insists on always keeping a stock of every potion I make, in case anyone wants to pick them up from him. Is that so? It is. Feel free to ask him yourself. Actually, I distinctly remember restocking his supply of potions of invisibility after he gave you one before leaving on your adventure. All right. Well, thank you for the information. And Grunt's helmet. I have a hunch the helmet we've been drawing names from might have been involved somehow. Can you check to see if it's enchanted or something? Oh, certainly. Really? That's amazing. Thank you. Of course. I have a potion for most everything. I certainly have one for that. Do you have a potion for Find the Culprit? Truth Serum? Oh, if only, love. I think these people would burn me at the stake for making a Truth Serum. Not a pleasant list of ingredients. Now, the helmet? We see an image of Zyla pouring a drop of deep purple liquid onto the helmet, which begins to glow. We hear a sizzling sound. Ah, we'll assume. See that? If you're referring to the glowing helmet, then obviously. That color means the helmet was enchanted, but was recently disenchanted as well. I knew it. Any idea what that magic was? Your guess is as good as mine, love. But there only seem to be a few possibilities, Yeah. Thanks, Zyla. Anytime. Updated clue, Grunt's helmet. At some point, I think you can combine Grunt's helmet with something else to get a clue called rigged drawing. I don't remember for sure. That might be a thing which comes up somewhere else. I'm losing track of this because I don't have the game UI in front of me. Annabelle's brew. You mentioned Annabelle was brewing something in the front while you worked on dewdrop potions. What was that? You'll have to ask her. Oh, it's just cool. You'll have to ask her. I don't care about that then. Great. That's Zyla. And I think that's everybody except for Joffrey. So let's now go back to Joffrey. As you may recall, we could not get to the bottom of it. We couldn't get enough trust from him in order to do that. So let me add a few questions onto this now. Let's talk about mind control. So we've had a new development. I'm all ears! Nyron and Xeris have opened up. If they're telling the truth, it sounds like they didn't lose their memories. They were mind controlled, and just knew how suspicious that would sound. It does sound pretty suspicious. Mind control's incredibly convenient for their story, especially after we found out that there's some mysterious puppeteer behind everything. I know, but is that possible? Is there magic like that out there? Oh, sure. Yeah, it's like the mind wiping, though. Same school of evil. Penny, you're cruising for a bruising. I don't fuck with dark magic anymore, and I'm gonna need you to take my word for that. That's a trust down, so of course you need to reset the conversation before you get the actual good answer. Invisibility potions. Joffrey, I think it's pretty likely that invisibility potions were somehow involved in the disappearance of the priestess. Ooh, the plot thickens! Like the one you gave to me at the beginning of my adventure? Yeah, I know what an invisibility potion is, bud. I won it from Zyla, remember? Go pick on her. I'd love to, but you still would have had invisibility potions, right? Sure, I keep 2 of pretty much every potion in stock at all times. Zyla doesn't let me take any more. Doesn't want me hoarding. Then could I see them? If you've still got your 2 invisibility potions, it makes this way easier to clear your name. Oh, good point. Yeah, you got it. Rummage, rummage, rummage. Huh. Something wrong? They do seem to be missing from my bag. I see. That's a bummer. Someone stole my potions. Joffrey. You know Xeris is a master thief, right? Dude's as quiet as a church mouse. Joffrey. Look, we're friends. I don't want to suspect you, but... Then don't! Don't suspect me! You know I'm not going to do any shady shit, so keep your eyes on the prize, bucko! Help me here, Joffrey. You saw how everyone was last time. My trust for you is not evidence. I need to know you're innocent, not just trust it. Yeah, I know. I've got it. I'll do what I can. Trust up. Acquired clue, missing potions. Long conversation. The clue we got from Annabelle about talking her ear off. Annabelle said you were talking at her pretty hard when you two took watch together. Yeah, for sure. We haven't really hung out much, so I could tell all my best stories that everyone else has heard a million times. She seems to think you might have been doing it to distract her from something important. Oh, is that what the sidelong glances were about? She looked so shady all night. But no, if I was distracting, it wasn't on purpose. Actually, come to think of it, she did seem pretty eager to keep me talking. How so? You know, asking questions about stuff. stuff I said. Lots of, tell me more about that, or I can't believe that. How is it possible for someone to be so cool? Joffrey. Alright, so I'm paraphrasing. But I mean it. She really was egging me on. Maybe she was trying to distract me from something. Alright, thanks for the information. Updated clue, long conversation. Grunt's helmet. I have a hunch the helmet we've been drawing names from might have been involved somehow. Can you check to see if it's enchanted? Sure thing, bud. Let me give that thing a whirl. Magic sounds. Nothing doing. Just a plain old helmet. If there ever was an enchantment on this bad boy, it's gone now. Thanks anyway. Updated clue, Grunt's helmet. And the dark magic test. The moment we've all been waiting for. At least I've been waiting for the dark magic test, Joffrey. David, come on in. Wait a second. You got a sidekick and you didn't ask me? It's not like that. David has a test to see who's done dark magic before. Excuse me? Since we think mind control is involved, if anyone tests... Yeah, no, I get the... Actually, I'm gonna say dark magic, not mind control, because it could be missing memories. Since we think dark magic is involved, if anyone tests... Yeah, no, I get the concept, but you can't be basing evidence off of an investigation based on someone's past. That's fucked up. It's not that. It's... Oh yeah? What is it then? Because it seems to me like if you weren't doing that, you wouldn't need this test. It's just a simple way to narrow down the suspects. Well, it's just invasive and kind of shitty. Do you trust me? Of course I do, but nothing. Test the suspects, not you are a suspect, Joffrey. I trust you and I want to help clear you, but right now you're a suspect, which means I need to do everything in my power to get to the bottom of this. And that means testing for traces of dark magic. Fine. Gonna put yourself through the same shit you're putting everyone else through? Sure, it's only fair. Fine. David? Magic noises. There, you happy? I don't have a spotless past. Now your turn. Go ahead and brag about how pure you are. It's not that I'm pure. I know dark magic isn't... We hear magic noise and we see the CG of David looking shocked as the holy symbol next to Penny glows red. Well, would you look at that? I don't... What? But I've never... I guess not never, huh? Unless your test is busted. No, this has always worked really well. What? Joffrey, did any of the magic you teach me? Nothing doing, bud. Like I said, I haven't dabbled in dark magic in a long time, and I certainly never taught anyone else how to. You pulled this shit on your own. I don't get it. When did... Hey, there is talk of memory loss. Maybe you were more complicit in this crime than you thought. Or maybe some magic item I picked up on the outside world was dark magic? It would have had to be pretty strong for my... Oh, sorry. It would have had to be pretty strong for my test to see that. Well, I was inside of the Harbinger for a while. Yeah, maybe. Look, I'm sorry to have come at you so hard. You look a little rattled. Gonna be alright, Pen? Yeah, I'll be alright. I have to keep searching for the truth, even if I don't like what I find. Atta girl. If we don't have the answer by the end of this, I'll help you get to the bottom of your dark magic thingy. Thanks, Joffrey. Trust up. And there's a shorter version of that if you do have to do that again to get the trust up, obviously. But it's finally time. If you get all 4 trust ups, because it's invisibility potions, that one, and then like 2 other things, I think. Invisibility potions, dark magic test, suspicious activity, and alibi. If you do all 4 of those, then you can finally talk to Joffrey about his back room. Y'all, I've been waiting for this moment all night. Oh my god. You're not ready for this. Joffrey, I know we talked about this, but the clues are piling up against you this time. I think it's really important to know what you're keeping in the back room. Why? What do you think you're going to find back there, bud? The priestess tied and gagged? A hidden book with all my evil plans to blow up Merryroot City? No, I don't. I don't think I'm going to find anything that helps me solve the case. I don't think I'm going to find anything that helps me solve the case, if I'm honest, because I trust you. But what's everyone else going to say if I'm trying to prove that Arya is nowhere to be found, and I say the only place I haven't checked is the back room of your shop? Look, I know this is a big deal. I wouldn't ask if it weren't important. Wait here. Huh? Okay. We see the door open and close, and Joffrey goes. What do you suppose we find back there, Eli?
Magical wonders from all across the world.
He keeps those in his bag. Maybe it's just something that's really embarrassing?
Perhaps. You know, if he is hiding the priestess back there, you are giving him more time to efficiently conceal her.
I trust Joffrey. I have to trust Joffrey. If he's responsible, we have bigger problems to worry about. Door opens. All right, you can come in. But Penny, not a word. I promise. As long as you're not behind this whole debacle, nobody needs to know a thing. Good. Follow me. Door opens, screen fades, door closes. What the? I know, right? I don't believe this. And then the screen fades up. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Be mad at me. Also theorize. I want to know all the theories. I'll be right back as fast as I can. Oh, it's all got up to this. I don't even think I went to my VR back screen. I didn't. Yeah. Give me a sec. Let's read this. Really good or really bad? Oh, what's behind the door? No. We, the players, absolutely need to know. The two reasons for that. Because as much as it would... First off, players would be mad at me if I didn't do that. But also, and this I think is the much bigger one, the game is very honest about Penny being a reliable narrator. We have, as the players, we see the entire game from her point of view. We have to see what she sees. If Penny knows something we don't, we feel betrayed. As a storytelling medium, we can't have Penny hide things from us, the player. That's incredibly disingenuous, and I would be angry. And I know games that have done that, and they've made me very angry. So we need the players to know. Besides, for reasons you're about to see, it is actually important for the players to know this. Yeah, Hillary knows exactly what I'm talking about. All right, gang. Let's do this. I literally moved it out of the conversation with Joffrey into a new section. So it's, I know, right? I don't believe this. The screen fades up and we see Joffrey's lounge. It is a beautiful multi-story mansion. We stand in a wide entrance hall with doors all over the place. A large curved staircase decorates one wall, where we see other doors on the second floor. Beautiful pieces of abstract art. Glowing lights. It's all magnificent. It's all magical. It's all extravagant. Welcome to Casa de Joffrey! Joffrey? What the hell? How long have you had this? Since I moved in. Magic is a beautiful thing. It's the same type of enchantment that makes the infinite satchels work, just on a larger scale. Why wouldn't you tell anyone? Oh, it's not the mansion I don't want people knowing about. Then... Remember, you promised not to tell a soul. I remember, of course. All right. Babe, come on down. We've got company. Babe? We hear a door, and the screen shifts to introduce a new character. Walking down the curved staircase, we see a woman with teal blue skin and these kind of like deep sapphire eyes. She has long kind of like gray white hair, which flows around two like horns. She has a devil's tail coming out from the back of her robes. She has these kind of like this like nightgown like robe on. It's not like a nightgown like revealing or anything. It's just like it's the fantasy equivalent of like sweatpants and a hoodie. It's just like big fuzzy bathrobe kind of a thing, little like slippers. Full demon lady, one of those people who's like effortlessly gorgeous, like clearly didn't do anything to like try and make herself look nice, but is just automatically unfairly the most beautiful one you've ever seen, just with blue skin and demon horns and a tail. And we see her descending the staircase. And she goes, "Well, hello there. You must be Penny. Joffrey's told me all about you." What? What? You... I'll leave you two alone for a few minutes, shall I? That would be lovely. Thank you, darling. Holler if you need anything. Door closing sound. We shift back to the entryway view, and our new character has reached Penny. Hello, Penny. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Please, ask me anything you like. And the questions that are available to you are who, what, when, why. Which you have to go through all of before you can do anything else. We'll just go in order. Who? My name is Makata, and you are Penny? Yeah, Penelope Knifewit. Knifewit? What a clever name. I assume it wasn't given to you at birth? No, I chose it for myself. Oh, how lovely. I don't have a family name either. Perhaps I too could choose one for myself someday. It's a shame yours is taken. Makata Knifewit has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Sure. When you ask what, you get, yes, my appearance can have that effect on people. I'm what's known as Hell-Touched. I used to be human, but I was born in Hell. The longer my kind spends there, the more of an influence the landscape has on our physical form and latent abilities. It has left me with a great deal of magical powers, though fortunately I've not had any... hang on. Finding things. She doesn't use contractions, I'm missing contractions. Though fortunately I have not had any need to use them in quite some time. When? Joffrey and I have been traveling together since shortly after I absconded from Hell. I count myself very lucky that our paths crossed. When we came here, we walked from a distance for several days before finally settling into town. We couldn't be sure this was not some sort of trap. When we finally trusted it, I requested to be kept a secret. So, Joffrey turned me invisible, and I have been quietly here ever since. Even the Lord and Lady don't know I exist. Why? Where I am from, there is no wind, just the screams of tortured souls, fire and brimstone, burning horrors at every turn. When I finally escaped from Hell, I thought that the world above would be better, but it barely was. It was already infested with harbingers when I arrived. When we came here, it was the first time I had ever experienced peace and quiet. I grew rather attached to it, so I asked Joffrey to let me keep it this way. He created us this little mansion where I can have all the quiet I ever wanted. Don't you get lonely here? Of course not. I quite like the isolation. And when I do find need of companionship, I have Joffrey. He has an internal magical alarm that goes off whenever someone approaches the store, so most times he is in the store, but nobody else is. He is actually spending time with me. He simply teleports to the front of the house whenever he needs to, and then returns when he is done. And then you acquire a clue alarm from that. And then when all those questions have been asked, you get, that's all a lot to process. I understand. Honestly, when Joffrey told me about what happened to Kite, it was all I could do to resist coming and helping with the investigation. But I knew the reaction others would have. Meeting me here would be a lot to digest for anyone. If I had shown my face immediately after a murder, it would have cast much undue suspicion onto Joffrey. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. You do not need words, Penelope Knifewit. I understand how you feel. However, I truly am glad to meet you. If there is anything at all I can do to aid in this investigation, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, thank you. Yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. I would have asked earlier, but I didn't know you existed. I prefer it that way for the most part. But given your deep friendship with Joffrey, I trusted that this was the correct decision. I really appreciate that. I'd love to get to know you better, but for now, I do have to find our missing priestess. Did Joffrey catch you up on what's happening? He certainly did. I am at your disposal, Penelope Knifewood. Let me know how I can be of assistance. And now, we go right into questioning Makara. So, I'm going to keep going, but please throw any thoughts or reactions you had to that down as we continue, because boy oh boy do I need to continue. It's almost 11. Guys, I don't know if I'm going to get through. I may I'm just gonna keep going. I'm just gonna keep going at this point. I'm so glad you like the reveal. No, I like. I'm glad we could add another character in Act 2 as well. Okay, so things we can talk to Makara about. Mind control, obviously. So I think mind control is somehow involved in this. Do you know anything about that kind of magic? Oh, yes. Many where I am from would utilize such tools. As it turns out, very few beings in hell actually wish to torture anyone. Is Joffrey capable of casting that kind of spell? No, not anymore. What do you mean, not anymore? Something happened in Joffrey's past involving a good friend of ours in mind control. He tore those pages out of his spellbook and never looked back. It should be a good friend of his. Wait, spellbook? He needs a spellbook? He does. He studies it often to keep his mind sharp, and often tinkers with it to invent new ways of using his magic. Could I see it? Only with his permission, I am afraid. Gotta take out contractions. But I will let him know I encourage it if he asks. I think seeing it for yourself could help you with the case. I will let him know. Thank you, Makara. Acquired clue, Joffrey's spellbook. Another thing we can now talk to Joffrey about. Invisibility potions. I think that invisibility potions were involved in the case. Do you know anything about that? Yes, of course. Invisibility potions last for 1 hour, and unlike many potions, they don't need to be consumed to be used. It's simply the most efficient way of making them work. They can be used on physical objects as well. Could Joffrey make them? Oh no. Joffrey has no patience for potion making. Any spell that cannot be cast quickly, he takes little interest in. Besides, if Joffrey wanted to be invisible, he would just cast it as a spell. No potion needed. Got it. Thank you. Updated clue, invisibility potions. And finally, maybe not finally, I don't know. Joffrey's alibi. Joffrey says he was asleep last night when the disappearance happened. I take it you can confirm that? Well, it depends on what time of night. He did not sleep until quite late. More contractions. Really? That could be important. What was he doing up? Penelope Knifewood. I am happy to call you a friend, but there are some things I don't think need to be discussed on the very day you meet someone. Oh, gods, I'm so sorry. No, obviously, I didn't mean to. Ha! Got it. Didn't mean to pry. It is no trouble at all. You are a detective now. It is your job to pry. I had so many contractions. I don't think I made the decision to have her never speaking contractions before. Alibi updated. Joffrey. So now we know what Joffrey was up to. Magical aid. So you can use magic too? Certainly. Though I have not in quite some time. Well, aside from simply household prestidigitations. Little things to keep the place neat and tidy. Sure. Do you have any magic that could help with the investigation? Truth spells, or... Believe it or not, even truth spells are dangerous dark magic. Anything that influences one's mind in that way takes quite the toll. Oh, I didn't realize. That is quite alright. Nonetheless, I have honed my powers to be far more protective in nature. Barriers, enhancing the abilities of my allies, and so forth. Though, in the interest of full disclosure, I do possess a great deal of control over electricity, the perks of being hell-touched. Good to know. Makara, wink. So, if you ever find someone shocked to death, be sure to suspect me first. Ha! Will do. And then you can ask to search the house. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Would you mind coming with me as I search the house? Just to be sure that I clear it for, kidnapped priestesses? It would be my pleasure. I will give you the grand tour, but please interrupt me at any time if you see something you believe to be a secret or a hiding place. Screen fades. We get a cute little image of the two strolling through a massive mansion. Makara is saying, Joffrey claims it is the least intrusive spot for viewing, but really he sets off the fireworks there because I get the view of it from our observatory. That's really sweet. Well, at least you don't get bored. This place is huge. And a swimming pool? I mean, come on. And Joffrey was designing it in his head for years before we arrived. Our dream home made real by his magic. That's wonderful. I'm satisfied there's no priestess hiding here, though if Joffrey really wanted to, I imagine he'd have no trouble creating a hidden magical pocket that I couldn't find. That is unfortunately true. You have only Joffrey and my word that he is innocent, that he is an innocent man, a good man. In all my time knowing him, I have never known him to cause harm to one that did not deserve it. Yeah, I trust him. But this helps. I'm really glad I finally got to meet you. I am glad as well. We ship back to the entrance hall and acquire the clue, Casa de Joffrey. Well, that was a nice stroll. Anything else? And then, that's all for now. You know it, I think that's all for now. I may come back later with some more questions. Or, I hope, simply to spend some time here, once you expertly unravel the mystery, that is. Door sounds, chink, fade. You return to the store where Joffrey is grinning like an idiot. Joffrey, what the fuck? She's the best, isn't she? Yes. Makara seems awesome. But what the fuck? Hey, you heard it from her, right? She's lived a noisy life and the woman wants some quiet. I respect her needs and desires and provide for her however I can. Yeah, but why? I'm just going to give your brain a second to decompress, alright? Okay. Joffrey, what is your deal? Same deal as it's always been, bud. But Makara wanted to come in on the hush-hush, so I made it happen. That's all. Otherwise, I'm still the same guy you've always known. And believe me, if Makara had put her foot down about meeting you, it wouldn't have happened. That was her call, not mine. And you two are dating? Happily married. You're kidding me. I know, right? What's a woman like that doing with a guy like me? You flirt with Edgar constantly. Yeah, flirting is fun, and Makara likes hearing the stories. I am truly without words. Not about the flirting thing, about all of this. Seems to me like you've had quite a few words. You know what I mean. So, am I off the hook as a suspect? Technically, you two could be in it together. Penny, if the two of us wanted this town to go to shit, we wouldn't need to sneak around and be all coy to do it. We'd just tear it apart. You think I'm powerful? Makara and I met by her beating my ass to the ground. She neglected to mention that. Oh, she's super humble. But Makara is the most gifted sorceress I know. And this is me we're talking about. Oh, Scary, thank you so much. I'm really glad. I'm just having a good time. Thanks for coming by. I hope it helps. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to hang around. This is a nice, safe space, and you're all are welcome here. Thank you. This is me we're talking about. Wow. Look, I want to say you're not a suspect, but since I can't present Makara as evidence, you know I have to keep digging to find something more concrete. But you mean it? You won't tell anyone about her or drag her into the investigation? A promise is a promise. Then dig all you like. And Penny? Thanks. Seriously, I owe you one. The only thing you owe me is a drink. I'll take that heat. Go kick ass on this investigation. And if you need to talk to Makara, you're welcome in Casa de Joffrey anytime. Just make sure nobody catches you coming and going. You got it. And we're back in the store. If you leave the store after that and David was with you when you went in, you get some special dialogue, which I'll read now. That sounded like a really intense conversation, followed by like 10 minutes of silence and then more conversation. Is everything okay in there? Oh, gods, David. Yeah, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. I was practicing my detective assistant's tough guy pose. Want to see? How could I say no? David does an adorably wholesome tough guy pose, sort of like a kind of a thing. And Penny just goes, brilliant. Let's get back to it. I'm so glad you like the dynamics. I love all of their relationships so much. I can't tell you the number of times I've been have been reading through this, and I'll write notes, and I'll be like, everyone is present except for Makara, because I just had to skip over saying that because obviously you guys didn't know Makara existed yet. But no, I've been so excited for her reveal. I love her so much. I'm gonna look through, I think that's we have most everything we need now. So the things you need are the completed pieces of the puzzle for Xeris and Nyrin, which becomes, you combine them to make Path of the Nobles. Oh, we need to ask Joffrey about his spellbook, now that we have that. Joffrey's Spielbook. Where is it? Makara mentioned you cast your spells out of a spellbook? Oh, for sure. I mean, not out of it, but I study it in craft spells there. Do you need to have spells in your book to cast them? Except for the little stuff, yeah. It's a wizard thing. We actually store a fraction of our power in our spellbooks. It's a little nerdy, but I've always liked the aesthetic of it anyway. Could I see yours? A man's spellbook is a personal thing, but not as personal as the rest of my secrets, which you now know, so sure, why not? Oh no, sure, why? I want to check something before I say it. Dig in! We hear rummaging in the satchel, turning the pages, and we see Joffrey holding his spellbook as Penny leafs through. It's big and fancy and well kept, except for a few torn out pages, which we can clearly see. Tell me the theory. Tell me what clue you find for a clue. I'm all about all of it. We hear rummaging in the satchel. What was on these pages? Remember how I told you I don't dabble in dark magic anymore? That was my commitment to it. I think there was a charming spell that forced someone to be your friend for a bit, and a spell that planted an idea in someone's brain to make them think it was theirs. I thought it was funny when I was younger. I'd just mess around with it. Make someone think it was their idea to strip naked and run through the town, that kind of thing. But everyone's got to grow up sometime, right? And we're back. Yeah. What changed? Is it alright if we don't get into that right now? Of course. Doesn't seem like it's relevant to the case anyway. Appreciate it! Updated clue, Joffrey's spellbook. Cal, you say? Tell me more about this theory of yours. We did just give Cal his journal back. That is an interesting point. Sorry, my mouse just fell. It's an excellent theory. Cool. Yeah, that is true. We did read the journal in the prologue. Very, very cool. Okay, moving on. What I'm trying to see if there's anything else we haven't done as far as talking people goes. I'm gonna make this reveal now because I love red herrings. That is not it, Hillary, and I had not even considered that, but I love it so much that I will be adding it. I will be adding it as a red herring where you can ask to see it. And you can presume that it is a spellbook even though it looks like regular words. I love that idea. I think it's really cool as a red herring, but it is not what actually happened. Okay, so nothing else from Cal. I think we've finally got all the questions from Joffrey. We've examined the guard's body. We've gotten what little we can get from Rogo. Oh, we can go back to Rogo and do the dark magic test because we do need to get that for everyone, which is very much appreciated. I love that about theories because then I absolutely can make them more complicated if needed, or otherwise just make it more interesting. Hey Rogo, I need you to do something. Penny needs me for an investigation. What is it? Just hold out your hand and stay quiet. David? David. All good. Rogo. What does all good mean? Shh. Remember the stay quiet part? And that's it. Updated clue, dark magic test. So nothing from Rogo. We did Annabelle. We got Annabelle's brew. She was working on the ghost form potions, but it didn't work. We got everything from David. There's a little bit of extra dialogue. I forget where I put it. But basically, once you finish the dark magic... Oh, I think it's in the dark magic test. I'll go down and find it later. But this extra... Once you get the last dark magic tests, you basically send David on his way. Excuse me. We got Edgar's dark magic test. We did all his stuff. So I think all that's left to do is combine a few clues. Oh my goodness. The guy takes one sip of some Pepsi. Questioning's Island. Shh, we did the back room, invisibility potions, Grunt's helmet, Animal's brew, dark magic test, did all that. Did Grunt start magic test? Did we miss anything with Xeris and Nyrin? Oh, we can talk to Xeris now about the lockpicks, which is important. Because that is a clue we got. I think that is just something which helps add to the path where he admits that, oh, hey, I remember breaking into something with it. I'll tell you the lockpicks. They're a perceptive one, aren't they? Yes, that's true. Relics of bygone age. I haven't used them since the world ended. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. What are you insinuating? You told me you broke into somewhere. That's true. I suppose I wouldn't have used brute force if I was breaking in. Well, not many buildings are locked in this town. Not at all. In fact, aside from the gaping prison, I'm pretty sure it's just a few of the shops in your manor. Well, there's hardly a reason to break into my own manor, is there? Right, which really narrows down our search. Updated clue pieces of the puzzle Xeris. That updates that clue. And then I think that's it. And then Nyrin. Okay, that's it. So, all that's left to do is combine clues. So we have 3 invisibility potions I already did. Poison juice I already did. Mind control poison we already did. Once you get all the clues for Xeris and Nyrin about like where they were at each time, I feel like we didn't find some of those yet. There is another locked door. Tell me about this locked door, Red. What locked door? Oh no. What am I? Am I forgetting something? I'm confused. What am I? See, this is why I'm lost. I genuinely don't remember. I'm not gonna do this right now, but I'm gonna look into it. I don't remember how you finish the pieces of the puzzle and the Noble's Path thing. Yes, the gaping prison. The jail cell is mentioned. As it's either other than the gaping prison, it's just the shops and the map. Those are the only locked doors in the place. So I don't actually remember exactly how you get all this. I think you need to like go back to. Oh yes. So here's a fun fact. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? Characters. Oh, it's character. No. I don't. Maybe there's a space after yours or something. I don't know. Now, I have not added Makar to the list yet, but I'll go ahead and do this for you for spelling's sake. Enjoy. I've had that programmed in there from day one. Yes, that's, again, the 2 stores. It's Xyla's store, Joffrey's store, the prison, and the manor. Those are the 4 locked doors in the place, which I think is discussed in the clue, but I'm not sure. And if it's not, I want to make sure it is. Discuss locked doors in clue. Okay. So the path of the nobles is Nyrin and Xeris have poisoned juice at dinner because we know that the juice was poisoned. They have the juice every night. Again, I forget exactly how that's what I'm confused as how we get there. On watch, Xeris leaves and breaks into a shop. We can have that one. Xeris returns. Nyrin drinks her invisibility potion and throws over the balcony. Nyrin enters the temple. Xeris kills the guard, drinks his invisibility potion, and also enters the temple. That's the path of the nobles. As far if they are to be believed, that is what we know about what they did. That's all we know. Having all this information will definitely help. Their stories add up. Indeed, it appears less and less likely that our lord and lady are responsible for this, and more like they were unwitting tools in the master plan of another. Which makes catching the culprit even more important. If they can control other people once, they can do it again. Indubitably. And then there is there's another thing, another clue which I don't know how to find. I don't know where it comes from. But there's a... hang on. I'm going to find it. Because I know this one is in here somewhere, and I just need to figure out where it is. It's stuff like this that I want to do away with. I'm actually going to take note of that. We did not, to be clear, find the clue called rigged drawing yet, did we? Because that is what I'm thinking of. There's a clue called rigged drawing, which I would think is pretty obvious, but I do want to come up pretty early on. And I may have just frozen my thing. Oh God. Rigged drawing. Did I forget that? Hang on. No, I forgot to put rigged drawing in. I forgot. The clue literally can't be found yet because it isn't there. It should come up probably around the same time as Grunt's helmet. So I'll go and work on that. But yeah, it's a separate thing because you're supposed to be able to like combine it with some things. But we're going to assume we have it, and I'm going to fix that later. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love finding things like that. Because if you combine rigged drawing with long conversation, you get an extra clue. Because it's if the drawing for Nyron and Xeris was rigged, there's no reason to think previous ones couldn't have been too. Maybe there's a purpose to that conversation between Annabelle and Joffrey after all. Could young Annabelle have been attempting to distract Joffrey? Or could Joffrey have been trying to distract Annabelle? And then acquired clue, a distracting conversation. And I don't know if you can talk to anyone about that, but you do need to have it. So that's a thing which we should have, probably. Maybe I can just leave that out. I may just cut that. Because I feel like that's implied enough. They talk about the conversation being distracting. I don't think we need it to be like a combined clue together. That feels pretty obtuse to me. I'm going to cut that. Yeah, I feel better about that already. So, with that said, I think I'm going to look through the list of clues. We're going to see if I missed anything. But I think it's mostly everything. Clean the for a red splatter, hidden places, Joffrey's back rooms, back room, tavern cellar, Edgar's kitchen, Noble's manor, empty houses, first and second watch, dark magic, long conversation, out of it, lockpicks, juicer, red juice. Juice isn't on this list either, and I think that's what I need to figure out is where the juice comes from. Where does the juice come from? Focused control, missing potions, Grunt's helmet, broken glass, clean cauldron, rigged drawing, Path of the Nobles, Joffrey's spellbook, Casa de Joffrey, Annabelle's brew, alarm, 3 invisibility potions, poisoned juice, mind control poison, a distracting conversation, and I think there's a combination for if you combine first watch and which is Edgar's watch with either the cellar or the kitchen, you get unwatched kitchen or unwatched cellar, which basically just says like if anyone was going to do anything suspicious, they could have done that in that time. They could have done it while Edgar was on watch. You don't need that clue. It's just an optional one to get. So, yes, all of the key clues that are things you need to solve the mystery are now discovered. It is 11:15 p.m. and I want to do this. It's like, I think 25 pages, but they'll go quick. They'll go quick, I promise. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I'm promising you guys. I'm the one who it's late for. Guys, I want to do this while it's fresh in your heads. Before we start, A, any theories, and B, other than the stuff I mentioned, so things I took as notes. I want to make sure that dark magic is detected as a mark of someone who cast it, not as someone who it's cast on. I want to make sure that we understand where the juice came from, because it should be something Edgar talks about, is the nobles getting juice every night. I want to add in the Cal's Journal spellbook clue. I need to make sure we know how to finish the Path of the Nobles, because that seems confusing to me. We need to make sure the clue about the lockpick discusses which doors in the town are locked. We need to make the rigged drawing something that we can find. We need to remove distracting conversation entirely. And that's it. Other than that, if anyone is like locked in, is there anything you're like, hang on, how did we get this clue? Or is there something else we should know? Or any just theories now that we have this information on who's behind it and why? I'm just going to sit here for a second. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. This is absurd. Should I have done this? Yes. Am I doing it? Also, yes. This is something that makes me happy, so I have no problem. Usually I try to get to bed earlier, and I have a double work day tomorrow. 8 hours! Damn! Damn, Hill! I do have a double work day tomorrow, so tomorrow is definitely going to be a long day. My voice is already a little shot, but I don't give a shit. I'm having fun, and I refuse to regret this. I feel like Annabelle is the most obvious choice. A solid call. She makes potions, and she's an outsider. 2 very obvious things. Also, she was making an unknown brew that didn't work. Are any of the gifts that Penny brought back relevant? I can't tell you that. I can tell you that because they didn't appear as clues in this investigation, they will... Well, that's not true. Grunt's helmet, it was a gift Penny brought back, so that is a clue in the investigation. Yeah, I saw that you did 14. That's incredible. But as for if they're relevant later on, I can't tell you, obviously. I think it's safe to say at least some of them are, because I already said that I made sure all of them are given because some of them do have to be given, but that is also like Grunt's helmet, which needed to be given to proceed. And I'm trying to think if there's any others that have already, and now we're going to include Cal's journal in that. So there are some clues that, there are some gifts which are important. I'm just not going to tell you which ones, or if it's all of them. But not any more than are currently listed. I'm going to go. It's time to roll. So when we go to solving the case number 2, we click the solve. And some little extra dialogue for when you get all the alibis, you get a whole lot of good. These alibis are going to do me this time around. Indeed, it does appear as though your investigative endeavors would be simpler if your culprit were to pick a time when people are awake to act. Yeah, I'll let him know for next time. Solving the case number 2. Goodness me, this case certainly is a dastardly one. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, Eli. I don't know if there's a concrete way to pin this on just one person. If anyone can uncover the truth, it is you, my lady. Let's hope so. Keep sharp. We're going to have to give this one everything we've got. Let's gather everyone together. Everybody, I'm going to stay over here. Let's gather the town together. Right-ho! Boom! Smash cut. We're in the town hall. Everyone is there. Lady Nyron and Xeris are bound. Miles is absent, of course. Even Olive is in attendance. And now I can say this to you guys out loud. Makara is, of course, not in attendance. Attention one and all, Grunt. We are gathered here today at the behest of Miss Penelope Knifewit. Knifewit has been investigating the disappearance of Arya, the priestess, and has come to a conclusion. Now, Penelope, tell us, who is behind this? Okay, hang on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Why not? I ain't as young as I used to be. Can we skip the part where you flaunt how smart you are and we just get out with the truth? Zyla, not to mention the longer we wait, the more likely it is a Harbinger decides to wander over to our city. Not all of the pieces are in place yet. Some vital information is going to come throughout the conclusion. I'm just here to guide us to the finish line as quickly as I can. I think you're mixing up your analogies there, bud. This is ridiculous. It's obviously the nobles that were right there. Careful there, newcomer. Hey, I've been here a year. I'm not even new. All right, everyone, calm down. Annabelle, you make a good point. Lord Xeris and Lady Nyron were clearly involved, but they aren't the ones behind this. Ooh, David. Ooh, I know why. Can I do this part? By all means. David, because of dark magic. Lots of dots. Right? Not just yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Oh, sorry. David shrinks back. That's all right. We'll get there. For now, though, we need to start with a simpler reason.
And that would be?
I'm not gonna, guys, for the sake of time, I'm not gonna do the same thing last time where I read all the incorrect decisions too. I'm gonna tell you what the options are, give you the correct one, and keep rolling. Because as much as I want you guys to solve this mystery, personally, there might be some I ask you for, but for the simple ones, or the ones where it's not super impactful, I'm just gonna do them. So the options are cleanly slit throat, second watch, red juice, or out of it. The correct option being out of it. For out of it, you say there are multiple reports of Xeris and Nyron acting strangely the night of the murder. Now, if anyone here were planning something as impactful as kidnapping the priestess, why would they draw more attention to themselves by acting strangely?
Maybe it's the old double bluff. Hey, why would I have acted like this? Just to throw us off your scent, I bet!
I'll admit, that alone isn't evidence, but knowing that helps us understand what comes next. Edgar, when did you see these two last, before the incident? About 2 in the morning, when I was going to bed. Would you say they were acting normally? In retrospect, no. They didn't say a word to me as I passed, even as I addressed them and asked if they needed help. And Olive, when was the first time you noticed them acting strangely? Olive, ... Olive, this would be a whole lot easier if you helped me out. Nyron, I told you bringing them here was a mistake right after dinner. That's very helpful. And how did you say they were acting? Like zombies. They didn't say anything, and they moved really slow. Grunt, I too noticed the strange silence of our lord and lady. Exactly. So, unless Grunt, the nobles, Edgar, and Olive were all in on this together, Zyla, then it seems pretty likely that their condition was genuine, which means something happened to them before the priestess went missing. Exactly.
But what? It sounds like they could have just had too much to drink.
David, ooh, I know! Not yet, David. Aww. And now, you have to present 2 clues. Annabelle's brew, red juice, and hidden places are options. The correct options are missing memories and mind control. Picking that, you get Xeris and Nyron claim they don't remember exactly what happened that night. We all know that they were up to something. If they didn't know what they were up to, it's not likely that they had malicious intent and forgot about it. It's far more likely that they were doing something they had no intention of because they were being magically manipulated to do so.
Mind control?
It's certainly possible. And if we agree that Nyron and Xeris weren't behind this, it's the only other thing that makes sense.
Now hold on there a second, kiddo. Mind control's some pretty serious spaghetti. What makes you think anyone here is capable of a thing like that?
Grunt.
I can think of one person in this town capable of it off the top of my head.
Bell.
You better not be talking about me. The kind of magic is way too powerful for me.
No, I'm talking about Joffrey! Swoops over to an unsurprised Joffrey.
Oh, what's that? We find out that magic was involved, so we lay blame on the powerful wizard? I'm shocked.
David, you don't look shocked.
Yeah, it was sarcasm, buddy.
Oh. Xeris, the captain is right, though. You're capable of incredible power, Joffrey, and to top it off, you don't look particularly surprised or concerned.
Yeah, I'm capable of incredible power. Thanks for noticing. And I'm also not concerned. You know why? Because I'm not guilty, and my girl Penny is on the case, so she's going to prove me innocent. Right, Pen? Penny?
I'm going to get to the truth of the case, no matter what. Edgar, are you saying Joffrey could be behind it? I hope not, but there's a lot of evidence stacked against him, so we...
Excuse me? What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Xeris, Joffrey, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down!
I'm not accusing you, Joffrey, but we do need to present all evidence so that it can be proved or disproved.
Alright, fine then. Present away. You've got nothing on me.
David, I've got something on you. No, not yet, David. Sorry. David in this is my favorite part of the entire interrogation. Clue presentation. So there's 3 clues we need to present, which are, again, evidence against Joffrey. That is actually a little unclear. Penny, I'm just going to do an internal monologue thing really quick. Evidence against Joffrey. I have to present it to disprove it. Long conversation is not one. That's speculative. Invisibility potions is not one. The 3 that you need are dark magic, Joffrey's back room, and missing potions. When you do those, you get... First off, you're missing your invisibility potions. Is that right?
Yeah, I am. And you found out invisibility potions were used on the case. But that doesn't mean that I used them.
No, It could mean you gave them to someone else to use. Penny, what are you? Secondly, these people are right. You are capable of dark magic. You openly admitted to that. Yeah, but not anymore. I haven't cast a spell like that since I got to Merryroot. Which you can't prove. I swear to the gods, Penny. And finally, the biggest bit of suspicion out there. We can't find the priestess, and nobody in town is allowed in your back room. How dare you? You're the perfect suspect, Joffrey. All signs lead back to you. We see Joffrey quiet seething with, like, literal fire, like, crackling around his eyes. But you and I both know you didn't do it. Huh? Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously. So what the hell, man? What? He didn't do it? But you said... Rogo. I'm very confused! Penny. I needed you all to see what evidence there was against Joffrey, because it's going to help us see who's really behind it when the time comes. But for every point I made against Joffrey, I have another one that proves he couldn't be responsible for the vanishing priestess. You had me going there for a second, bud. A little warning next time you're about to leap down my throat? Nyren. Very well. The 3 points you made sound effective. So what do you have against them? And the points against those are Joffrey's spellbook, Casa de Joffrey, and 3 invisibility potions. If you do that, you get empty houses and dark magic tests to the other clues, which are not helpful. First, there were 3 invisibility potions used in the case. I found broken glass at the foot of the city with invisibility potion residue left on it, and Xeris had 2 bottles, 1 full, 1 empty. We'll get into why later, but Joffrey is only ever allowed to carry 2 potions of the same kind. Xyla's own rules. Is that right, Xyla? That is true. Have you given anyone else an invisibility potion lately? No, but I don't keep the closest eye on my shop. It's possible someone snatched one up while I wasn't looking. Including Joffrey. He could have stolen one. Anyone could have stolen. Saying someone could have isn't evidence. And I'll tell you what else isn't evidence. That Joffrey used to be able to cast dark magic. He can't anymore. And I suppose you can prove that. Depends. Can anyone here read arcane writings? Edgar. I can. Bell. Me too. Why? Joffrey, if you would be so kind as to produce your spellbook. A little personal, but I get it. Rummage, rummage. I didn't realize you kept one. We see Joffrey with a spellbook out and Edgar and Annabelle leafing through it. Joffrey is a wizard. No matter how strong he is, his connection to his magic is still maintained through his spellbook. There are missing pages. After Joffrey came to town, he vowed never to use dark magic again and tore out every spell connected with it. He's incapable of using the magic anymore. I don't see any spells in here that could control someone's mind. Likewise, though I am particularly interested in this spell, it just says, enhance showy acrobatic stunts. Joffrey slams the book shut. All right, that's just about enough nosing up out in old Joffrey's business, wouldn't you say? Everyone satisfied? Mind control ain't for me. Edgar. I'm satisfied. Xeris. I'm more than satisfied. I'm relieved. I wouldn't have wanted you as my enemy. Nyren. Hold on. There's no saying you couldn't have another spellbook somewhere. Rogo. Yes! It could be hiding in his back room! Penny. Do you like my enhanced showy acrobatic stunts that Joffrey has? About the back room. Penny? I've seen it. What? Edgar. Exclamation points. David. Oh, you have? Cool. What's that whippersnapper hiding back there? I can't tell you that. Nyren. Penelope, if you wish to clear Joffrey's name. Penny, let me ask you all one more question. Do you trust me? Dots from Grunt and Bell, and then David. I trust you, Penny. And Nyren. As do I. Grunt. Me as well. Wait, we're letting her off the hook? Just like that? Nyren. I think it's best if we all agree that Penny is not responsible for this. She's working very hard to find the truth. You're one to talk. Yes, I am. As the one who misstepped the hardest during our last case, I know better than anyone how embarrassing it is to accuse the woman digging for the truth. Fair. Great. So if you trust me, you need to trust Joffrey on this. What he keeps behind the door is completely unrelated to this case. There's no priestess, there's no evidence. He let me in to investigate on the condition that I didn't reveal what was back there, and I'm not going to go back on that promise. Grunt. All right, well, Joffrey isn't behind it. I must admit that I'm a little lost now. Me too. What were we talking about before this? That's David. Xyla. We were talking about people in the town capable of mind control. Yes, but I think there's something else we need to address first. David. Is it time? Penny. Not yet. Soon? Soon. Xeris. And what does it need to address? Exactly what happened to the nobles while they were being mind-controlled. And I suppose you've got that all figured out too, huh? Actually, I do. So this is less about picking the right clues and more about picking, you have to put them in the right order. We're getting more complicated. Arrange the clues in the correct order. The order is, you have to recreate the path of the nobles. Poisoned juice, lock picks, invisibility potion, broken glass, cleanliness, slit throat. If you mess it up, it gives you Minesweeper style, not Minesweeper, Mastermind style clues where it says, oh, this one was right, but in the wrong spot. It like helps you out with it as you kind of solve it. This is a much more engaging case. And when you do it, it all started at dinner. Xeris and Nyren drink fresh pear juice. Oh, what happened to my mouth just now? That was weird. What's happening? Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Xeris and Nyren drink fresh pear juice prepared by Edgar. Edgar. Way to implicate me literally right away, sweetheart. Olive notices them acting strangely right after that. Then they head to the temple to take their turn on watch. Once everyone's asleep, they take action. Xeris sneaks away and remembers using his lockpicks to break into somewhere, and then comes back with invisibility potions. Nyren drinks her potion first and goes into the temple, but not before tossing her bottle over the edge where a kite fell. Then Xeris kills the guard, drinks his potion, and follows Nyren inside to find her with her sword already drawn. Xeris, how you parse that, I'll never know. Then what? What happened next? I don't know. Once we get to the bottom of who's behind this, I'm sure they'll be able to tell us themselves. But how will we find out who did it? If it wasn't Joffrey, who else is capable of such horrid magic? Penny. Well, David. Is it time? It's time, David. Go ahead. Because dark magic! Rogo. I don't understand. Xeris. Because dark magic isn't even a full sentence. No, see, well, and Penny? And then you have to do a clue presentation, but it's only one option and it's dark magic test. What David is trying to say is that dark magic, like mind control, leaves an imprint on someone when they cast it. An imprint that David's cleric training allows him to sense through his holy symbol. Yeah, what she said! Many of you know this already, but for those who don't, David and I went to everyone in town and presented his holy symbol. Anyone that caused the symbol to glow means they've cast dark magic in the past. The list is bigger than you might think. Oh, I've been curious about this since you came to me, love. Who's on the list? Zyla, for those who don't remember. I love David. I love David much. He's my favorite. Penny, to be clear, I'm not trying to shame anyone for their past, but this does mean that someone could have performed mind control, and it eliminates some of us as suspects. Out with it! The suspense is literally killing me! Penny, people who have cast dark magic at some point in the past are Joffrey, Zyla, Annabelle, and Edgar. Joffrey, ... And in the interest of full disclosure, me. I have. Rogo. Penelope Knifewood is a suspect once more! Xeris. Didn't we already dismiss that notion? So, if you trust that Joffrey and I aren't responsible, that leaves a pretty slim list of suspects. So what if some of us cast dark magic? It's a hard world out there. As much as it pains me to admit it, that's a past we all have to confront. If Penny is right about the mind control. I'll openly admit to using dark magic recently. Recently, Zylo says. I wouldn't hurt anyone, but potion making is ugly business. I bet it is. Now, there's a little more evidence to help us narrow down the list. And all we need to do is look at physical evidence that backs up the noble's path. Hang on, a few more clues. Physical evidence? What physical evidence? The evidence at the tavern and at the scene of the crime. So there's two things to pick, which are red splatter and red juice. When you do that, first, let's look at the scene of the crime. The only signs of struggle other than the murdered guard were two splatters of a strange red liquid on the ground. Rogo. Blood? I don't think so. I think there were remnants of a poison. Poison? Second, we go to Edgar. I hate Rogo. When you go to Edgar's kitchen, there's a magical device that turns fruit into juice, made by Joffrey. Yours truly. Pretty ingenious if I do say so myself. Zyla. You don't have to get me one of those. It sounds like it would have some practical applications in my work. Sure, we'll talk. Penny, while examining it, I found a sickly red liquid stuck in the cracks of the device. The same red liquid found on the floor of the temple where Nyron and Xeris were standing when we found them. So what? So, Nyron and Xeris drank the same juice every evening. Anyone who knows that could have poisoned the juice. I don't know if it was a mind control poison or just something to weaken their minds enough to be controlled, but either way, when it had run its course, they spat it back up. Bell. Enough! Just because I work at the potion shop doesn't mean I even know how to make poison. Xyla. Nobody said you did. This is ridiculous. I don't have to stand here and wait for you to put blame on me. Then do you confess? No, never. What if Joffrey had a second spellbook in his satchel? That's not even proof. I'm not going to confess to a crime I didn't commit. You're the perfect culprit. You're new to town like Miles. You work alongside Xyla making potions, and you're capable of dark magic. It wasn't me, I tell you. It wasn't me. Tell us where you hid the priestess. Eli. My lady, things are escalating quickly. You must regain control of the situation. I know. Don't worry. I've got this. Part 2, the interrogation. So remember that call someone made about Annabelle being the most obvious choice? It's like 7 lines above this in the chat. So, again, I'm just going to go right to the correct answers for this because it's 11:40 now, and holy shit, do I want to finish at some point before midnight, ideally. It couldn't have been me. Xyla's always making potions. I wouldn't have had the time to make any poison. Annabelle's brew. You told me you were using one of Xyla's cauldrons to brew something experimental. What was that? Well, yeah, but it never worked. And the point of that was to walk through walls, not poison anyone. Edgar, did it really never work? Or did you say it never worked because you couldn't show Xyla what you made? Ridiculous! Even if I wanted to poison the nobles, how would I have known I wouldn't get caught? And then, second watch. You could have waited in this. Sorry, that's the wrong clip. Because Edgar was on watch the second night. You knew he'd be out of the kitchen. Xeris, all you had to do was leave your poison in the juicer and he'd do the rest. No, I can't. I just don't. How do you know David isn't lying? He's trying to frame me. What? I wouldn't. And then there's past training, where you say you openly admitted to training in dark magic. And now you're saying David's lying about his test. But I never. And then Penny just goes internally. I'm running out of time with this watch. I have to unravel this quickly and fill in the clues as we go. And then we get a new thing called a lightning round. When a blank appears in Penny's story, you have to fill in the correct clue. Fail 3 times and it will send you out to the beginning. So, never. Then let me paint a picture for you. To make sure you can get the people you want on watch, you enchant A, Grunt's helmet. Then, the next day, while you know Edgar will be on watch, you slip into his B, kitchen, to poison the juicer so the nobles will drink it the next night. When they drink the poison, they lose focus and you can control them from a distance using your training in dark magic, which is C. You have Xeris break into D, Joffrey's store, to steal the invisibility potions and implicate him. And from there, it's just a matter of having them hide the priestess and leaving them unknown at the scene of the crime. But something went wrong. There wasn't time to finish the plan, because you see, I arrived. And when I arrived, you had to put an end to the spell early so you couldn't cover your tracks perfectly. Isn't that right? Whew! Xyla. Boom! Camera shifts dramatically to Xyla, who is caught fully off guard as it says, "Success!" Begging your pardon, love? Did I get anything wrong? Yes. You seem to be accusing me of this. I'm not quite sure I follow. I'm very certain that you do. In fact, every clue I just said implicates you more than it does Annabelle. Annabelle is a brilliant alchemist. Thank you, Red. I'm so glad you thought it was Annabelle before this even started, because it is meant to be the double of, like, implicating Joffrey, which we know is wrong, so we think Annabelle implicated Joffrey, but really... in fact, Annabelle is a brilliant alchemist with far more motive than myself. Why the sudden turn? Because there were a few holes in my story that can only be explained by you being behind it. Oh, do enlighten me. Well, let's start with the problem of the break-in. I said Xeris broke into Joffrey's store to steal his potions, but he couldn't have done that. Joffrey keeps his potions on him at all times, in his infinite satchel.
Yeah, that's true. My store's empty as can be.
Are we supposed to believe you sleep with your infinite satchel on?
Yep.
Well, there's another reason I know it couldn't have been Joffrey's store, and that is the clue where you use the alarm as the clue. Joffrey has a magical alarm in his head that alerts him whenever someone comes near his store.
True. Even when I'm asleep, I hear it. It's why you're able to make all the little late-night trips.
So where do you propose he broke into then, and how does it implicate me? He broke into your store. After all, he needed that third healing potion I mentioned earlier, and if you gave it to him, it would have been obvious what was going on. So you needed to make sure it was stolen, just in case anyone saw it happening.
So what? That still doesn't mean it was me. Everyone knows I keep invisibility potions in my store.
Sure, but let me ask you this. If Joffrey was being framed because of his missing potions, how and when were they taken?
Well, I wouldn't know, love. I'm not responsible for it.
Aren't you? Then why was Annabelle so carefully engaged in Joffrey's conversation on watch, if not to distract him while you stole the potions?
What? Wait, I wasn't...
Belle's confused. Penny, egging him on? Asking questions?
No, I just remember him talking at me.
That makes sense, because Zyla still had to test for mind control poison. Zyla and Belle are both shocked and confused with, what? Penny, Annabelle, when you went up to get ready for your first watch, did you take anything with you? A water skin, perhaps?
I had a drink with me, yeah.
How easy would it have been to poison Annabelle's drink, Zyla? After all, it's not like you didn't have your own invisibility potions on hand.
I thought I was just bored with Joffrey's stories.
Joffrey,
rude! My stories are riveting!
That's a stretch, love. How would I have been able to get both Joffrey and Annabelle on watch on the very first night? If the helmet was enchanted, I wouldn't have had access to it until at least the next day. Which brings me to my next issue with the story. You're the only one who could confirm that helmet was recently disenchanted.
Wait, huh? There's no way to tell if something used to be enchanted.
Just because you don't know of a way doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Joffrey.
It kinda does, actually.
Penny, easy there, kids. I believe that however the drawing was rigged, it wasn't the helmet. It was something the culprit could have gotten their hands on. The parchment and quill. By telling me it was the helmet, you'd make it seem impossible to rig the first night of drawings. Penelope, you've fallen quite distant since our last investigation. To rely on assumption and speculation seems like it should be beneath you, and yet here we are. Well, then let's get to the root of the matter, shall we? The final reason I know it was you. Because as I said, whatever you were up to didn't go according to plan. You almost got away with it, but you left a key piece of evidence that tied you back to the crime. And then you told me how you were planning on getting rid of it. What? And the two clues you need to present are the red splatter and the clean cauldron. The two red splatters on the ground, a side effect of the poison you put through the juicer. If they weren't there, it would have been impossible to connect this to any sort of alchemy at all. It would have been a perfect framing of Joffrey, controlling Xeris to get him to steal an invisibility potion from you, and then using the two he had left over to finish the plan. And we couldn't possibly have traced it back to you. So of course you would have had a way to dispose of those two little red splotches, if I hadn't interrupted you. The dewdrop potions. Xeris, dewdrop potions? What on earth are those? Potions meant to quickly clean away stains. She said she was making them as a gift for you, Edgar. Joffrey does all my stain cleaning. He has for years now. We have a system. Right, because she didn't actually need them for that. She needed them to clean the stains off the temple floor, which she didn't get to do. And she knew those stains would be there, because the last time you tried the potion on Annabelle, she spat up the same red mark in your cauldron. Same cauldron where you conveniently made your dewdrop potion, leaving it free of any evidence. Zyla, ... Nyron, well, Zyla? No quippy retorts? Nothing to say for yourself? Belle,
I can't believe you were going to let me take the fall for you.
Grunt, speak, witch! Say something! Come on, out with it! Zyla, gods, you are frustrating.
Ooh, here comes the bad guy meltdown!
What I don't understand is this. What was the third invisibility potion for? All in due time, love. You give yourself too much credit, by the way. You didn't interrupt my plan. Huh? Then my plan failed. Plain and simple. I just didn't realize it until you woke the whole town. A confession! I shall take her to the... Nyron, wait. What do you mean your plan failed? What was your plan? And if Penny didn't stop you, who did? Little pests. Fine. You want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. And we get to see the dramatic reenactment as Zyla tells it. I knew what I had to do the moment the plan to keep the priestess safe was announced. So, when my turn came with the clean parchment, I gave it a quick enchantment to have the names drawn in the order I needed. On the first night, I did in fact test my potion. I'd had it for quite some time, but I had no need to use it, and potion isn't quite right. Zyla reaches into her robes and withdraws a tiny glass jar with a tiny red slug in it. It has a circular ring mouth with a bunch of sharp teeth. Kind of screeches. Grunt. What in the hells is that? Bell. Oh, gods, I just drank one of those? Rogo. Zyla has been sneaking monsters in from the outside world! Zyla. Nonsense. He's just a little alchemical invention. It worked perfectly, too. Since this little creature wasn't channeling the spell I needed, I was able to maintain my own focus even while giving it commands. That is what allowed me to reach into Joffrey's satchel and take his potions. But, when my focus faded, Annabelle spat my invention back up, right in my cauldron. I got to work on the cleaning solution immediately. My next bad slug indeed. My next problem was the juicer. I had expected my little friends to be more durable, but it seems after being magically processed, their potency faded. Xeris and Nyrin were left in a stupor, rather than a form of direct control, drawing attention to their strange behaviors. If I had to guess, it's also why they have foggy memory of what happened next, whereas Annabelle was oblivious. Still, I pressed on, having gone too far to stop now. Everything was going smoothly in spite of the strange activities, but you see, there was one more issue. I couldn't see what my minions were seeing. That's the word see like a lot. But there was one issue. There we go. I couldn't see what my minions did. There we go. I can only direct them. They follow commands, plain and simple. Break into my store. Drink the invisibility potions. Slit the guard's throat. Kill the priestess. Everyone in town, one after the other, gets their, 3 exclamation points shock thing. Zyla. Then, they were to pour the third potion of invisibility into her mouth and carry her body to me for proper disposal. You'd be amazed at what a full cauldron of dewdrop potion can do. However, Nyrin and Xeris simply didn't. I assumed the priestess had come out of her meditation and fought back, or fled, so I waited. I vivid come they wouldn't, but if they didn't, it meant my plan was compromised, and Nyrin and Xeris would remain to take the fall. It wasn't until nearly 30 minutes later that Penny came shouting. Zyla, why? Why would you do this? Come now, Penny. You of all people should understand how stifling this town can be. David, that's it? That's your excuse? You were stifled? I'm a witch who brews fantastical potions, stuck in a town where the most useful thing I can do is tend to the scrapes and scratches of mundane life. When you started sending back survivors, Penny, you proved the outside world was a better alternative to this one, for people like us. So I thought I'd send us all back there. Xeris, it was you. You were behind this? Grunt, we put our trust in you, Zyla. Why not simply leave by yourself if you felt so out of place? I'm powerful, but I'm not that powerful. My chances were better with the town on my back. So, Miles. Oh, I could smell crazy on her from cities away. It was easy enough to bend her to my cause. Rogo. Zyla was the mastermind behind the death of Kite Righteous! Bell. So what happens to the priestess? Zyla. If I knew that, love, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Screen fades. Handcuff sounds. Zyla, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of... Zyla, stuff it, little man. If anyone wants to spit on me, I'll be in the gaping prison. End of Act 2.